So I think my call this morning is let's see, and I hope participants have been able to go through the report, and I think it's been shared. But we're going to have a high-level presentation of the findings, and we're hoping that during the interactive session, you will be able to write your reflections based on your experiences with all that is happening. And let's also try to see how we can improve the report. I think that's the major issue. It's still the validation, it's still a document, or it's a draft, and your feedbacks will certainly help to enhance the document. On that note, I welcome you today, and we will try to manage time very well. We will call Mariwa now to make a presentation on the accountability tool. Thereafter, we'll invite the general overseer to make a high-level presentation of the findings. And then we go into, I think there's going to be a panel discussion, and then we will have different reflections, and you will have opportunity to make your contributions. Thank you very much, and we look forward to have a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Yeah, before I hand over the microphone to Bayo, I just want to call our attention to the agenda. On the agenda, there's a barcode. The barcode is to register your attendance. So please kindly scan the barcode and fill the form to register your attendance. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mayo Subo. It's an honor to be here. I was privileged to be a part of. Okay. So I was privileged to be a part of the research team that worked on this project. So quickly, we named this Enhancing Accountability in Climate Adaptation Finance in Nigeria. I want to especially recognize the research team that worked on it, in person of Aziz Salau and Baraka Damole. I also want to recognize our field deliberators. We worked in a number of states. We selected Borno states. The field deliberator there was Francis Upe. Francis works with Green Code. In Niger States, we worked with Richard Umar. Richard Umar worked for state defense. This is Richard. All right. Definitely I want to recognize the expertise and the guidance of my executive secretary, Mr. Aribabu, and our consultant, Professor Oladipo. And also in the course of the work that we did, we thought that before we went to the field, we reached out to civil society organizations that have done similar work. As a young researcher, as someone that is getting interested in climate science and all of the appendages, finance the new, it's an entirely new subject for me. So it's a learning stage for me. It's a lot of good experiences are what I'm going to be talking about. This project, as David mentioned, is a joint project. So we are the Nigerian counterparts and the Ghanaian counterparts. The Ghanaian counterpart is Imani Center for Quality and Education. And the project's objective, I'm going to talk about it, research objective, the accountability framework, and all of that. Delve into that. So, of course, the projects, and of course, projects have objectives. And the goal is actually to look at research angles, and the stakeholder engagement has been doing, and they use the findings from the field research to inform our advocacy. Principally, this is what the activities were. The research component of it was is the first one, debt research and policy review, where before we went to the field, we looked at existing framework, policies, and the like. And coupled with that, we thought that one of the key points that we wanted to look at is how do we make climate adaptation finance more transparent, where we can see numbers tallying with projects on ground and the likes of it. And so we've ticked depth research, and we're also in the process of developing, or we've developed the accountability tracker, and it's still going to be reformed or reviewed in the process of our meeting. We are here right now. We are in stakeholder engagement, and that's what we are going to be doing. After this event, we are going to be doing some cross-country learning. All right. We just completed the test research, and here's the outcome of the executive summary that you must have seen. So the aim of the research is to design a monitoring framework that assesses the implementation, effectiveness of climate adaptation projects in Nigeria, ultimately improving transparency in climate finance expenditure, and enhancing the capacity of institutions to design and implement effective adaptation intervention while providing systemic approach to evaluate whether adaptation initiatives are delivering their intended benefits. The scope was just very simple for us. You might be curious about why we focused on the ecological fund. There's a backstory to that. In the course of the work that we do in the environmental justice and sustainable development department of EDA, we go to communities, we do flood advocacy, we look at different issues. And one of the questions that we always ask is that there's a certain fund, that has been tagged the ecological fund that is meant to address ecological issues, right? And every year there's a flood disaster going on, there are some major disasters going on, and you hear of states and the federal government, receiving this sum of money to do maintenance, to do all to carry out and address ecological issues. But then it doesn't seem like these monies are used judicially, or even the benefits are seen clearly. So why we chose the ecological fund was that we recognize that there are different sources of climate adaptation fund, right? We didn't want to look at things like multilateral sources like the World Bank and the likes, and African Development Bank, because of certain criteria that we're looking at. We wanted to focus on the domestic sources of climate adaptation fund. I'm not sure climate adaptation is a new subject to to a number of us here. While mitigation is looking at what do we do to reduce emission, adaptation is looking at impacts, right? And the fund, ecological fund, is supposed to be looking at how do we reduce the impacts of climate extreme, or look at basically the impact of some of the extremes of climate, say flooding. So if an adaptation finance, or if finance go into fixing roads that will make the impact of flooding not to be felt that much, should count that as an adaptation fund. So aside this, before we go to the field, we designed a research methodology. Originally, we had designed a mixed method research, where we would collect quantitative and qualitative data. And our sampling frame was ecological fund supported projects as documented by the ecological fund office. I'm sure that after my session, Professor would be able to throw more light to the events of the ecological fund. But there's an ecological fund office, and if you go to the website, you'll be able to see a database of funds that are of projects that have been said to be completed using the ecological fund from the year 2015 to 2022. And it has the states, it has the nature of projects, and from the database you'll be able to see that the nature of the projects are now divided into three. The nature of the project is either going to they are supporting soil erosion and flood control, it's going to pollution control, remediation, and all of that, and it's also going to drought and desertification. It's also going to drought and desertification. And of course, we had study criteria and the likes. Mentioned that we chose Borno State, Niger State, and Ondo State. So this is the point where I will tell you about how we collected the data and the things that we focus on. Adaptation, as Mr. Udia said, is more context specific, right? For mitigation, there are the standards to look at, disclosure and all of that. For adaptation, there are also a number of trackers developed by the World Bank, by Oxfam, by different organizations, Transparency International. There are even ones that are produced by OECD. And from all of these tools, all of these tools have their strengths and their weaknesses, but be able to look at, for our context, what would work. So in the course of thinking about the research design, we're looking at how do we know that, yeah, there's a project, how do we tie or link what is in paper to what has been done, right? And so we're looking at how do we approach studying what the ecological fund has been used for. So we looked at verifying different expenditure. So we're interested in budget and expenditure documentation. We're interested in, we went to the sites of the project, and where you see verification through physical inspection. We also were looking at, as we were thinking about expenditure verification, we're looking at financial gap analysis, what would look like budget performance, what you budgeted compared to what was spent. And do Nigeria or states, some nationals have like a financial management systems where you can properly assess that, okay, the categorization, basically, right? So all of these were the things that we considered, and we tried to use tools like financial audits, the templates, standardized cost benefit analysis, framework for adaptation measures, budget code verification tool, financial management effectiveness scoring metrics. So that was for expenditure verification. Another approach that we thought we use aside expenditure was looking at what the institutional capacity was, right? A number of us are from different public institutions. So based on certain mandates, right, like the Climate Change Act, that has given force and power to the NCCC and different public institutions. Do they have policy backing to substantiate the work that they do, right? In at the subnationals, you talk about Department of Climate Change. You talk about, so are they really institutions that are mandated or that have been given constitutional backing to do this, and how are they able to administer the funds? How are they able to manage the funds, and what informs what makes them um, allocate some part of the ecological funds to certain projects. Someone mentioned in the course of the research that in a state like Lagos or any other states where you have 20 local governments and the ecological fund comes into the states, how do the states prioritize what local governments is deserving of certain amount of money? And really, I mean, those were kind of the interesting things I found. So, here you are, some of the things that you can look at under, when you are trying to do institutional capacity. We looked at institutional structure analysis, we looked at their staff composition. Like, I mean, if you're handling a project, you want to know that you have competent people or people that can actually manage those funds. What is the absorptive capacity? We also looked at the climate fund readiness assessment, and some of the tools that you can use for that. I think they are standard tools. So one of them is the institutional capacity scorecards with weighted indicators and all of that. So I'm not goes with that. So the last approach that we looked at is that, so we've talked about expenditure verification. We've looked at what is the capacity of the different institutions that's supposed to be managing the funds. Now the last one, and I think the most important one, is the communities that are supposed to be impacted by the fund, right? What are they saying? How do they see the project? How inclusive do the fund is the fund really when it comes to adaptation? So, and these are different sub components. I'll just go to the tools. So when you're trying to look at the outcomes of the project, you are looking at things like dashboards, like for instance, the implementation progress tracking dashboard. You can collect surveys, so that's where you have the structured beneficiary feedback collection protocols. You can use interviews to know what the community is feeling and how inclusive it has been. And there are different other tools that you can consider. So these are just a so and this is the calculation. So basically, I'll just say that in the course of this, right, in the course of the research, we developed or we came about this tool through the collaborative work that we did with our Ghanaian counterparts. And like I mentioned, some of this came from existing frameworks, right? Existing trackers, so that at least we know what's existing, and you can find more information about these different approaches when you look at one of the works that World Resource Institute and Oxfam did, and there are other trackers. There's the OECD Rio Marker tool that properly tells you what ideally is an adaptation, adaptation work and all of that. And yeah, so I'll just say that some of the things that we achieved with going to the field with our tracker, it was that, like I said, we had the opportunity to interview stakeholders that have worked on it, and I want to recognize connected development, recognize quality alerts, and many of the people that we use budgets, CISLA, and a number of organizations that have done some work on planning and adaptation finance, because their work was what we stood on to know what was actually happening in the environment there. in one of our interviews, we were able to find out, for instance, how the money, the political fund comes from the FAC, account, or the FAC, the federation accounts flows from the federal system to each state, right? And the course of the interview, we also saw that, oh, this money is disbursed, periodically, but the periodically, is still subject to. So when you look at an average FAQ report, right, is, it is disaggregated into monthly allocations, right? The ecological fund, or the ecological share, is, broken down to months. But then you see again that the ecological fund is not disbursed in that sense, not disbursed month after month. It's like there's a meeting, there's a FAQ meeting that comes on, and then from the meeting, you can tell that, okay, this money, this proportion of the scholarship fund goes to this state, and all of that. In the course of the work, we visited three states again: Borno State, Niger State, and Ogun State. In Borno State, with regards to expenditure verification, I'll even start from across the three states, right? We had the difficulty getting things like financial reports. So if I went back, if I quickly just rush back to these two, right? If you wanted to know exactly there's a project, and you wanted to know everything from financial reports to, to whether they have a financial tracking system, something that says that, yeah, you did an environment related project, a climate related project. What exactly went into it? It was, really difficult to get such kind of information. But the reports, when you have time to go through it, would explain, or help you to know how we went around it. We were able to conduct some interviews with some local authorities that were beneficiaries of these, projects. And some of their revelations will be that they actually don't know, for a given project, how much went into it. So in the report, you are likely to see a breakdown of, figures and all of that. Thankfully, NIATI is a very, very good, provided that platform where, they were able to track, some of those funds. So it helps that we got some of our, data. A very, very consequential thing, that, or a significant part of it, is that while most of the projects were implemented by the Presidential Fund Office, if you did a random search, or if you go to the Presidential Fund Office website, you would not get a report, in project reports, financial reports. And we did, we went ahead to use, to send freedom of information request to get some of these documents, but to date, we've not been able to get some of those information. And we move on. In Niger State also, so what you see is that across all of those projects exist, but it's in knowing, it's in time what is on paper to what actually exists that is the problem. Now, you don't know exactly what's going into the project. And because of our research, we also found out that the way the money is dispersed from the federation account to states, and then how the state uses it, as is really not clear, right? For some of these projects, it seems as though the fund was pulled from different sources. So because the states usually do not have a tracking system, or it's hard, an adaptation something to make you know that this budget line or this budget line item, right, is going into this project, and it's specifically from the ecological fund. You are likely not to know exactly what went into it. Some of the in Ondo State, we went to Ilaje in Ayetoro, not exactly for this project. We actually physically visited Ayetoro, and the reason is because according to the ecological fund office, their database clearly states that in Ayetoro, right? So Ayetoro is the community in Ilaje that is currently at the brink of extinction, right? Because they suffer from like a double whammy of the sea incursion, and then there's the river flooding and all of that. And we met with the traditional ruler, the chiefs, and all of that, and we got really detailed information about what has gone into it. Seeing what is there, right? The original fund office documented that they did a flood control project. The communities that were supposed to be the beneficiary said that there was nothing like that. And you can include them to say that even if you say you did something like that, right? These people told us that as far back as 2000, there's been progressively, the committee has been almost eroded, and they had made calls to get the government to look in their side. One of the government parastatals, the NDDC, is also, luckily for me, I had in an interview that we had done. So in an interview that we had done, some of the funds, some of the part or some part of the ecological fund to go in this way. So for Niger Delta regions, you are likely to see a situation where when it comes into the states, half of the money or 50% of the money it goes for regional operations like the NDDC. Then half of the money stays within the states. So we are seeing a situation whereby from one state to the other, there are different structures that controls how this money is being administered. We're still talking about tracking and all of that. So all of that. So still on a larger, if you go there and you don't find the structure, why the government is saying that project has been completed. So these are things that the research was able to outline. And in the report, you would see that certain names of contractors and the amount that was put into certain projects like flood defense projects, clearly listed there, but none of those things. And then attempts to reach out to the states or to the contractors was also aborted, or it was put out, right? Those things that you are likely to see. It's part of the limitation of doing an adaptation finance research, especially of this nature, is time, right? You need a lot of time and a lot of strategy, right? So let me not even start from getting exactly what it goes into doing a project, whether it's sufficient enough and all of that. We are almost aware of what happens when it comes to the expenditure. With institutional capacity, you find a situation where because at the institutional level, many of our institutions, maybe because maybe there's a lacking in capacity to really break down or really tag or track this fund, you find out that you still cannot get an accurate and you agree with me that for most reports you see things like track, and what a particular research just in terms of tracking the fund. By the time you go to another research, you might see something slightly different. So and it creates a problem from place to place. So well, in the course of discussion, there's still going to be different points where I might chime in and where we can all together make sense of this research. For me, one of the most important thing for me is that if you go online, there's not been in-depth work when it comes to ecological research. And the pilot of this research and us, just stepping into water and doing this is just an indication that there's still a lot that we need to do. There's still a lot that a lot of collaborations. The little that we were able to get was because a number of CSOs and media organizations were willing to help. We reached out to them and they were really enthusiastic about offering their piece of information, their insight. And I want to really appreciate every one of you here sitting here. We reached out to you one way or the other to provide this information. So if this is not me accepting myself on the work that we've done, it is a feedback for all the works that we right. I want to say thank you for the opportunity and yeah, God bless you. Thank you very much.
Maya, thank you very much for that presentation. And of course, um, outlining the methodology you guys used to develop this tool, and particularly when you look at it against the background of the data challenge we have, it's always a problem. And more so when it comes to adaptation, because there's the issue of adaptation. The issue relating to climate finance, the figures state varies based on who does what. I think Code did some work. They cited the NEC 2.0 as well. Climate policy initiative. I think they are the ones who have the most comprehensive kind of landscape coverage, which I think is reflected in the report. So I think this is work in progress, and I want to congratulate Ada for championing this. And we do hope that this tool will be improved and then deployed. I think that's the most important. There is no need to develop a tool it's not deployed to do the tracking. So we're hoping that those who are in authority and perhaps those who needs to do MIE will deploy these to aid their tracking and reporting. The other question, or even though it's not a question, it's just an observation. Perhaps you will respond to that during the panel discussion. Is the issue whether this is going to be a live tool? We are going to put it online, and perhaps people can interact with it, and of course, controlled by your agency. So can we give him a round? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's very commendable. Thank you. Before we take a Prof's high-level presentation on the board, we want to take some few minutes. We have time. We gain like 5 minutes, so we can use the 5 minutes to do a round of introduction for those who came into the room after we've started. So David, can you, from the end there, can you pass the mic those who came in after we had introduced and started the program? So let's be fast about that. We just have 5 minutes, so let's take advantage of that. Go ahead, Mom.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kesha Namono. I'm from Policy and Legal Advocacy Center. I work as a monitoring and evaluation officer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Josephine Alabi. I work with Clean and Care Initiative, Executive Director. Thank you.
Morning, all. My name is Joy Alderman. I work for Consultative. Good morning, all. My name is Richard Kumar. I work for Community Development and Planning for Niger State.
Morning, everyone. My name is Consultative. I work with me.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Alexandra and I work with Consultative.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alice Anine. I work with Consultative.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akida Kuri. I work with National Reform.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Motia. I work with
That's nice, you know.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eki Dapo, and I work with Accountability Lab Nigeria.
Used to.
Good morning, everybody. Jumba Service my name from Order Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and you're welcome. Before then, we had a welcoming address from Executive Director here. And of course, the objective of this one present the reports that have been developed on enhancing accountability and adaptation financing in Nigeria with the case study of the collective reform. And then the validation session 2. So what do they expect at the end of the day after the presentation of PRO? And the panel sessions with expect you to provide your feedback, your reflections on how the document will be improved. And during the panel session, I think there's a set of questions that have been shared. So perhaps during while this is going on, you may want to have some kind of reflections on what your responses are likely to be. So on that note, we want to invite Professor Manuel Latipo, the general of our general overseer. And it's a privilege to always listen to the prof. Thank you, sir, for keeping most of us under your wings and for us also learn under your feet. So you have, I think, 14 minutes. Yeah, so you can, and your time starts now, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a general vice without a ministry, so no worry. They call me general vice for climate change. So I'm not asking you to pay tithe for this. You're not going to pay tithe for this presentation, it's free. On a more serious note, I think my hour didn't really strike the type of message that I wanted people to get, and I want to give the message first from experience. I think when Saraki was the Senate president, I'm from Kwara State, it's in local government, and there's a road that passes through my house, in front of my house, to set of communities in front. We are by the main road, and someone came to tell me that there was a budget of 37.5 million for erosion control on that road that passes through and in front of my house. And you will not believe where the money was sent to. That money was sent to frame Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria to do erosion control on the road. This is the type of thing you cannot explain. If they didn't do anything, of course, because I'm sure somebody just took the money. But at one time, I don't understand, somebody was trying to do ceremony. So they said they graded the road. And people thought it was the guy that knew Saraki or close Saraki. But apparently, it was because federal government wanted to monitor what they did, so they quickly brought the grader. They just showed that something was done. That's the type of thing that goes on here. The Ayetoro case that Mayawa mentioned, I've met the Oba Ayetoro more than 2 times. And he kept on repeating the story everywhere he went. And at one time, they gave out a contract of 47 million, something like 47 million, I can't remember. 4.7 billion, something like that. Yeah, it's a billion, about 4.7 billion. And Ayetoro, I've been to the other one, the Galuga, what's the name of the place? Very close to each other. Ayetoro is under siege from coastal erosion, from sea surge, that when the waves are coming, sometimes you can't stand it. And many of the houses are gone, more than about 5 kilometers in more. And he said the contractor came, and if you, for those who have read geomorphology and did geomorphology very well, you know, there are 3 categories of coastal landscape. They call some mud flat, some are sand, and the other one swampy or something like that. Ayetoro is located in the mud flat area. And for the consultant or the contractor was given something like to produce sand to come and put, it's to come and put sand, which will easily be washed away by, that is it. So said the guy came and they saw the consultant, maybe a contractor supplied maybe 1 or 2 times, never came back again. The same project was awarded 3 years later, and the same thing happened. Meanwhile, even the Oba's palace is more or less gone there. Most of the things are gone. And this raises a number of concern that government means well, and even provide resources to do those things they want to achieve. But the implementers are the crux of the problem. And you cannot expect the president to sit down and looking at what this did in what they did in Plateau State. It has no time. People are put in charge. The ecological fund office is there. There should be a mechanism by which, even if it's coming from the direct budget or from the ecological fund, whatever money is released, there's a way to monitor the impact. And then what is missing in the country is a situation where the government does the budget. Any Minister of Finance, I understand you're here, Minister of Finance. You create the budget, you do the budget, provide the resources. So, like this, you implement and you monitor. It can't be possible. Government should stop monitoring itself. I think government needs to have a way by which a lot of people are given employment opportunities. Act as the auditors and monitors for government project, for government to realize the value of the money spending. Otherwise, we still final example I want to give is this what they call it. The one that repaired the road, FEMA. I remember one guy was given a contract of 4 million. And you know how much money was looking for to do it? 400,000 naira. The type of thing, 400,000 naira. That was looking for to do the job. For 4 million. That was some late 90s or something. So you can imagine what it will be like that. So on this note, I really want to comment that for being so bold. And I was surprised I really got some information. I'm really, really surprised. I don't expect anybody to give. But everybody knows that an average senior official of FEMA as estate in Abuja. That's a fact. Either in Abuja or Lokoja or their state capitals. Because 90% of the money for road construction goes into private pockets. So people should, we should be concerned. But again, we're complaining. The roads are not good. The government is spending so much money and people are chopping it and everything, and the government continues to do it every year. But government is not interested in helping itself. But by now, it should be able to do it. So this report, I wasn't a consultant to them, and I became an advisor later. But they've done a very good report. I did was just to make sure that the report stands out so that people can understand it even more. And I think it's a good beginning. Commend you. Code in Kaduna. Is anybody from Code here? Anybody? All right. I think those are the people that are helping us to give this a land. But as the Wesley read the letter to you, don't be surprised when you receive letters that for you to get information whether the money Ayutthaya was well spent or not. You need to provide another bill for the processing of the request. So let's go through the report just for you to have a good understanding. Let's go to the table of contents right away. Table of contents, and that will give you this again. So the report starts by talking about the vulnerability of Nigeria to climate change. And we all know very well, very, very clear, that the country is very vulnerable. Most of the indices of climate change vulnerability places Nigeria as one of the most vulnerable in the world. Not just because of our location, not because our rainfall is different from others as much, but because the vulnerability comes in our limited ability to respond to the impact of climate change. Remember, talking about the global problem, climate change is global problem. Doesn't remember whether it's over Nigeria or over US, over China, or the climate doesn't care. It has its own means of movement. The sea, the air, the land, they're all entitled together and decide whether to give you rain or not to give you rain. When they stop raining, when the rainy season starts. What is important and the warming that is creating the concern about climate change is global. Yes, the developed nations are the one pumping the CO2, they are the one creating the industry. And I ask the question, if they didn't create the industry, would I be using microphone today? If they didn't create the industry, would you ride a car? If they didn't create the industry, will you fly? If they didn't create the industry, will you have train? If they didn't create the industry, will you even go to school? So yes, it's true, they developed the industrial revolution and but we all benefited from it. They might have done it wrongly, which they are now recognizing, but that doesn't mean that we are totally going to be saying, no, it's not our fault. Well, if you say it's not a problem, it doesn't matter. But the impact of climate change doesn't know whether it's Nigeria or not. If it's going to flood, it's going to flood. Whether you look at Texas this year, it got flooded completely, and everybody was surprised. I think even in America, that's what climate change is all about: the ability to drive itself and create some problem for you. So we're very, very vulnerable. Out of about 185 countries, I think about 120 from the bottom, which shows we are very vulnerable. We agreed that because I will not be going through the report page by page anymore. The national response is very clear. There's nothing you can say that Nigeria is not concerned. Yes, Nigeria is very concerned. And of all the African countries, for instance, we are perhaps the first country in Africa to even recognize the need to create a bond, which we call green bond, that can be helping us to mitigate this climate change, emission reduction. We also recognize the need to attack it very well and to even mix with the world. We've been attending all kinds of what you call conference of parties since 1993. Because started a year after 92 was created. year following for the first conference of parties, and they are going for the 30th one, right? This year. And I stopped going. I'm too old now to die again, so that's okay. So, but the conference of parties go, so we go, we meet. I always say every year there be a lot of kata kata. Many people went, too many Nigerians, because we don't explain ourselves. It's not every Nigerian that goes to conference of parties. That's a delegate. If I want, with my money, I can fly to Brazil and say I'm here to attend the conference of parties. But the maximum I'll be able to do is to go to side events. I will not be able to go into the main area or even ask questions. So when I've told the government people that explain yourself, out of 200 or 300 that went, only 50 are delegates and they were the ones supported by the government. Sulaiman goes every year but gets support from government. So that's the type of thing. So we respond, we are trying our best. We have a number of policies. We have a climate change act of 2021, which brought about the National Council Climate Change, which some of you are aware of. It's supposed to be the coordinating body, coordinating all the issues related to climate change from various partners. We have a number of policies. The climate change policy, the climate change program. We have the national agenda on climate change. We are having national action plan that is I'm reading the first draft of the report. I'm not supposed to tell you, but I'll tell you. I know you can't get it from me, so don't worry. Yeah, national resilience agricultural framework, which talks about how we manage our agriculture in a more resilient manner. We have the NAPTIP, which is another technology innovation in agriculture. We have the energy transition plan, which is helping us to say this is how we want to go. We want to use gas as the basis for our initial transformation from fossil fuel to a stable, low carbon economic development. We have so many policies. We have gas master plan. We have the national energy efficiency, and renewable energy plan. So many plans. We have national water resources plan, which does we have national industrial development plan, the national transportation plan. All these plans are there, and their policies are always talking of one to another. They have national forestry plan of 2020, national drought and conservation, all of which talk about all these ones, but they are climate related one way or another, because they all recognize that climate change will affect whatever they are doing, but they've not been able to really come up with it. So because of that, a lot of mitigation initiatives. We have not been able to collect this property, but I think it states like Bauchi, and I think which other one is having about 100 megawatts of solar energy they're trying to put together. I can't remember which other state is talking about it too. And Katrina, and you have even some of our colleagues, people like you remember Professor Dayo. They're having a company that they're doing, providing energy in the rural area through solar. All these are efforts to make sure that we do not continue to use generator. And I always use my house as an example. I can't remember whether NEPA exists or not. I have a 10 kVA solar power. I don't know whether it's raining or as long as there's a little sun to charge it. I get all my fans, my freezers, and because I'm an old man, I don't need this, so this is too cold for me. I don't even remember when there's NEPA or no NEPA again. So all these are efforts. And because I don't have to put my generator on, and the 60 liter I bought since February is still there. So which means I've reduced the amount of carbon that I've been emitting. That's the type of those are initiatives that government can look at. So in the area of adaptation, people are aware that they have to address the issue of flood. We have from 2011, we have what we call National Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, which ironically was not developed by the government of Nigeria. It was developed by an organization known as NEST, supported by the Canadian government. that the government of Nigeria adopted that belief. That's the only adaptation plan that we have in the country. But that adaptation plan is going to have a new baby now. By the grace of God, by next week, we should validate the report for a new national adaptation plan for Nigeria, which will be another master stroke. We have national communications that we sent to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat. We have BUR to the Behavior, the review, term review report. We just submitted the National Development Contribution. The third one was submitted last month. It's a lot of, so we are okay that in the area of climate finance, Nigeria has been trying everything possible to get some things. And one of the things that, funny, Uzi will laugh at me, because Uzi is one of those bringing the finance into the country. Uzi is one with what you call what you call your partnership, NDC partnership, nationally determined partnership. Those are development partners who are ready to help us, and a lot of initiatives are coming in from there. But more importantly, the world itself recognizes the need to have finance that can help developing nations in particular to address the mitigation aspect in particular, and also the adaptation aspect of climate change. And some of these have started long ago, but we didn't call it climate change one day. The Global Environment Facility is one of those that have already been talking about how to adapt clearly to changes in the environmental conditions, which ironically are linked to changes in climate conditions. We have Adaptation Fund, which our brother Peter was chairman for about 2 years, which normally gives money to very good proposals that come from countries. But more importantly, we have a big one now called the Green Climate Fund, which has billions of dollars in pocket and where we can draw resources from. What we have not been doing very well is that a lot of the things we are calling climate change finance, Nigeria, are more or less, we are more or less forcing them to write as climate change finance. Nobody ever tells us that they are really trying. But when you go into the national budget, and then you see erosion control, solar lighting, and then you pick that and say they are climate change. They are not really. The people didn't say they were trying to tackle the issue of climate change when they were giving out the money. The poor legislature colleagues in my community is always in dark at night. All right, so I need 100 volts of solar light, and it's giving. But we can turn it on and I say yes, because it did not really have to go and look for generator to power for the community. It has reduced the amount of CO2 that if you had bought generator to give to that community to start generating power. So it's climate related. Or because they have been able to reduce the rate of erosion and so on, the rate of degradation is reduced, and therefore the water is able to not causing problems. So it's an adaptation. So that's the way all these things are. But in the real sense of it, the bottom line is that the climate finance in Nigeria is really donor driven. A lot of it is because we have some what we call enabling activities, like the national communication, like the nationally determined contribution. Whether we like it or not, once you finish one, you just apply Secretary General, UNFCC, Secretariat, Ombudsman. Nigeria needs to develop another communication based on the agreement of paragraph 4 of the hereby apply. 1 or 2 pages of that concept note attached. You get your $252,000 to develop another national vision. The NDC wants this one in another 4 years. We have to revise it. So money is available at global levels. But all this, are they really helping us? The answer is not too sure. So we believe that in the long run, what about the actors on the key legislative and institutional actors? We know we have National Climate Change Council. The National Climate Change Council is there. but it has to work with people, it has to work with institutions. And unfortunately, there's a little bit of overbearing on both sides. I know it used to be the Department of Climate Change that was in charge. Now we have the National Climate Change Council, and we still have the Department of Climate Change. So they're not really, it's only people like me that can talk, because nobody can, I don't need any job. So, but the Director of Climate Change, the Department of Climate Change cannot complain too much. The DG of, has to be careful not to offend, everything. So there's a little bit of, but besides this one, we have also the ministries. There's hardly any ministry that is not important as far as climate change is concerned. Education. When there's a lot of flood and children cannot go to school, it's climate change. There are many instances, even in Pakistan, they have to shut down schools when the flood is so much. So climate change has impact. All right. If it's raining every day in the rural area, and the women cannot go to get firewood, and the husband is hungry, who will get the beating? The wife. So it can lead to violence in that respect. So everything, industries. If our industries are totally just dependent on things that cannot go to, that are affected, agro-allied industries, for instance, if the climatic conditions are not conducive to producing, like some of parts of this year, yam, for instance, in many parts of northern or your part of north central part, will not be good. So if your industry depends on production of yam, as a result of the change in climatic conditions, it will affect you. So every ministry is there. So all ministries are part of this landscape. At the national level, agencies are always there. At the state level, all the ministries of environment or water resources are part of this. And government, Nigeria has what we call climate change focal points in each state. We have climate change focal points who work directly with the National Council on Climate Change, and they facilitate and encourage a lot of activities. And that's why today we find that about 10 states have policies now. I think they launched the ranking yesterday or 2 days ago. And many of the states now have policies which they didn't have before as a result of this focal points and support people like Russell Kerek and others are getting together. So we are okay in this area. And that's where it is important that even when we have the money, let's go to the section on, let's go to chapter 2. If you have the money, if you have the institutions, but you're not able to manage the little money you have well, the impact will not be perfect. And that's why this project, which talks about the need to have a sort of mechanism that will be leading to the accountability of the little money we have, is very, very critical. And what are the major government challenges that we have in the finance landscape? We have the challenge of bankability of projects. So when I was talking about the money from Green Climate Fund and others, this only very small amount of money is given out in terms of what we call enabling activity. The rest, you have to apply. You have to use language. You have to write the concept and everything. So we are not doing very well in the area of having bankable projects. We have limited capacity yet. I'm trying to work with some people now that we're trying to see how we can help Nigeria to develop about 2 concept notes down that can be used for tapping money for adaptation from the Green Climate Fund. So if those things come on, any of you, is anybody here working in the area of flood that you can write very well? Not that you can speak English, you can write. Floods. Floods. There somebody who can sit down and think and read, right? So we talked about anybody working in the area of agroforestry or crop, you are in the area of flood too. Not that women cannot swim. Okay, please you can talk with. If anybody in the area of degraded agroforestry services, agroforestry, we try to see if they can be able to manage those. Because a lot of things are happening that we're not utilizing. A lot of on those states one time, I can't remember whether it was YME or they cleared the land. They were trying to do agriculture on a large scale. And you can see expansive lands being cleared and even removing the trees, removing the roots of the trees. You don't do agriculture that way, that's very much. So we need to do that. We need technology. We have to have physical incentives, which is really, that's some reforms are very good, others are not helping us to move. And a lot of opportunity. If you look at that African Energy Chamber from 2024, gives you an opportunity to. So more importantly, apart from not having had the capacity to attract, the little we attract, do we have the capacity to monitor very well? And that's where the issue of existing monitoring and control mechanism seems to be a major challenge. So you can see Bangladesh, a lot of these countries that they may be poor, so but they have Transparency International has been helping them to put in place. If Transparency International tries to help them, we turn it around and say that the report is not correct, the report is fake, and they are not saying the truth. But we know the truth. We know the truth. So we have to look at that one. Another major challenge is insufficient granularity of data. It is not only in the area of climate change. I normally joke, do we really know how many Nigerians we are? Who can, apart from God, and I'm sure God is confused now. Because some of them are born in Britain now, some are born in the US, some have never been to Nigeria. And they say, where are you from? Nigeria, but it's never been home. So how many are we? We don't know. So data is always a problem. We don't have good tracking system, and which is because of this deliberate attempt. This is one of the things I think if this government will help, that I'm still waiting for Bosu. All this English digital revolution, the first in Nigeria, like want anything to be transparent, we must go to digital. Now look at the thing that this meeting is doing. Although I'm an illiterate, so I didn't understand what they want. They said I should scan this. I said that's not my headache. My role is to write my name, my address, and where I came from. They said no. Why? You don't say what that one is doing. The area of transparency. So David had to come as camp. I said that's not. If my son was there, we would do it. But me, each time I go scan. Just let me write. Now, when I was in UNDP, you have a meeting like this, organized for about 100 people, and only 50 people show up. And then they write their names. If you want to do what you feed the remaining 50 and collect all the money. But with this one now, there's no way. What does that do? It means that the people that supported them, it's confident that only those that came and scanned this, how many cameras will they scan? If they use the same camera, the same name come up. So that's the type of thing. So tell us, all this English is not good. What we need is the whole system of this country needs to go IT so that we limit interpersonal interactions. I'm sure I've joked with you many times. In 2012 or 2013, I got a consultancy from African Development Bank for $20,000. I was a very rich man. Now I'm poor, but it's okay. $20,000. And all I saw was an email from this is available if you're interested, send us your CV. Because they were even based in Tunisia then before they came back to Abidjan. So I sent my CV and they considered it and they said they are going to give me the work to do. They called me for an interview online. How much you like? Yes. So I was doing a guy. I thought I'm doing a guy. I said, so much. I said, that's too much. You cannot afford that. So after so much argument, I said, but you know my level now, I've been professor since 1992. What are you talking about? So I said, okay, I said, okay, in order not to lose the thing, because you go to another place. I said, okay, just give me whatever you think is due to a man of my level. And they came back and they said, I need job now. So I said, okay, no problem. I'm telling you that all I did was I signed the thing online. You know, you have this way of signing using the PDFs and I signed online. I started doing my work. I was sending report. And each time they're happy with my report, I just hear Paka, the telephone will do, there's money. And that's all. Until about 3 years, 2 years later, then they wanted to have a meeting about that. The name of the girl was Florence. Florence was the name of the girl, white girl that was in charge. So we met in Sierra Leone 3 times, and we didn't know each other. So my name is Simone. So, oh, are you the one working with us? I'm Florence. Oh, you are the one. Thank you very much. And that was all. When we spend about 3 days, I always like to tell stories so that people can see that these things are not impossible. I'm talking of 2012, 2013. And we just went for lunch. The day they were about to leave, I think. They were leaving in the afternoon, later in the afternoon, and I was leaving later in the night or so. So we went to lunch. She came in with another lady from, I think, Sudan or something. So we just sat there. So you know the stupid Nigerian mentality. What do I give her? What do I do? He said, I cannot give her money because she will report. Because the contract has about 5 pages on transparency. The contract alone is about 4 to 5 pages of transparency. If you are found to have known the person, if you are found to do this, if you are found to be blackmailed, so I can't give her money. I wouldn't give her anybody because I will not that man for nothing. So I said, okay, when we will start, so call me before. When you are eating lunch, I say bye bye to you. So they called me and then I went to start. I had to cleverly call the waiter that she just, and we paid the bill for the 3 of us. After we ate, they were, the white people, where's much is mine? Because I knew that one 75 in Toronto. Went for lunch. Let me give you to there's not much more to eat here. Went for lunch in Toronto, not the Toronto of the Wario, the main Toronto, University of Toronto. You know the Toronto of Wari, the former area? But the main Toronto now. Went for lunch, Chinese restaurant. And postgraduate students, masters, all eating. So, and I had Commonwealth scholarship. I think I had federal government scholarship, so we didn't pay on time anyway. So after the thing, I just paid the money, and how much was it about? I don't think it was up to $15. So I just paid for everybody. Yes, I just paid like a Nigerian mentality. Do you know that as soon as I entered back to our office where postgraduate students stay, everybody was just putting their money because they saw the bill for each one of them. Yes. I was like, oh, okay, this is my $1. I was shocked. I said, what's wrong with you guys? But they all knew that I didn't know. That is the way. So immediately they were told that the 2 ladies were told I paid. Florence became annoyed. I said, they report to me and I gave you lunch. If I want to be your girlfriend, won't I give you lunch? They might laugh to lunch. That was the only thing. Until I finished the project, I collected all my money and never. And by the time you do that, and I don't have to do, at least I could enjoy myself for the next 1 year. I don't have to go from one ministry to the other, looking for one selection. So if you do that, it helps. So we need to adapt to the global context, the global best practice. Classification of methodology of the budget integration. You see the linkage between what we are calling climate change budget and the national budget needs to be very well defined. So, all right, so we need that one. It requires a lot of institutional coordination. That's a major challenge. The Ministry of Environment, we have forestry department. They are doing afforestation now first. We are free doing research in forestry. It's supposed to be doing research in forestry to enable us to be better manage our forest. But frame is not doing afforestation, it's planting trees. It's not supposed to be. We have the Department of Plant and Certification. They also planting trees. They have the Great Wall, the initiative. As an agency, it's planting tree, although all the trees have been eaten by cows, like donkeys. So we don't even know which is which. So there must be if it is properly coordinated, that only one person is held responsible, or one agency is responsible, it will not be very easy for people to manipulate it. So you can put some money on that doing work, put another one under the Department of Forestry, put another one under the Department of Plant and Sanitation, put another one under one of the agencies, and then you pray. And so the scope of assessment at the beginning by Mayowa. What I want Mayowa to do is those tools. Next time you will remove them from that huge page so that people can see what those tools are very well. So put it as a uses of recommended, put those tools in on your website so that people can learn from it and so on. So the list of projects, what the political fund office is there, is in the presidency anyway. So you cannot challenge them much. They report to the president. The approach, they have done very well, verification, the measurement, and the total amount committed, actual expenditure. The total amount committed is not too bad, but I'm sure you never get the actual expenditure. You never get. Because when they give you a consultancy for 20 million, and 5 million was taken from you for having the, they won't record that it's only 50 million that was expended. They will still record 20 million as expended, but actually it didn't spend 20 million. Spending timeline, physical inspection. I think this is the most critical aspect. The most critical aspect of this that needs to be properly. How much we really know about some of the projects after the money had been spent? Physical, irrigation, not to, and again, this is what I say for social coming. The IT is there. I can be in my office now. If you say you have a project in a particular, all I need is the location of the project, its latitude and longitude. I can zero in the satellite image to know where it was before, because that's what should be done. What was the project site like before the award was given? But those are the type of things that possibly need to be attached to this contract now. That want you to rehabilitate this particular area. This is the photograph of the place now. After 2 years of intervention, this is the photograph through the satellite image. Then you'll be able to know whether you have done very well. Quality again. Don't let us be doing it the way these local government roads are done. As they are finishing commissioning and the vehicles are moving, the roads are following you. Following you. Before 1 year, they're back. So either you go back to that's why, as much as I know the stars of works there, I like the concrete. I don't make too much noise, but it's yeah, it's a professor of construction.
Yes,
Professor, explain practice.
Practice. Nigeria is very funny, but it's doing a very big job. Because, and again, it's addressing the challenge of climate change by using cement. It's doing what you call green road construction, what you call climate resilient roads. So, and that will not be emitting as much CO2, I mean carbon, as asphalt. So it's helping us, and then it's going to last longer.
The manufacturing of cement.
What is there? Dangote is there. Why is there?
So he's saying the carbon process of the cement.
No, the technology in cement is much
Is improving.
much improved. The technology, a lot of things are happening. You know, this technology now, even country can generate twice the amount of power it's generating with new technology. That's what the engineers are doing. That's what I'm saying is lacking in Nigeria. We talk too much. Everybody's moving. You don't want to go, you don't want to develop, you don't want to live fossil fuel. they develop it for electrical. Eh? I'm sure after my death, there won't be any pussy car in Nigeria. All of you will be riding electrical. Those of you that can afford it. Many of you will never be able to do so. Don't worry yourself. The cheapest one is about $40,000 now. Yeah, but you buy chasing of every year. So don't worry. The social capacity to manage it? Yes. Okay, go ahead. Go on, so my time continues. Go on, let's continue. Let me look at the headings now. So they've done a lot of things, the integration planning, assessment, between, they did that one. Let's go to the readiness, the project outcome assessment. This is where it's very important. You know, they study the quality of, they study the process of tracking, they study the who benefited from all this. Next one, the data they collected over, like the bid, they were very strategic. They worked in Borno, which is in the northeast, very arid. They worked in Niger, which is in the north central, semi-humid, and they went to Ondo, which is extremely humid. And so that more or less cuts across the whole ecological zones of the country. Next slide. No. Criteria, budget, performance, and trends, project type. So those are the areas where they worked. Data, projects, data processing. Those are very hands. You see the survey tools. So they are not manufacturing the tools, they got them from best practices. They process them as they wanted to do. And then we decided to use the three main things they talked about. Now go back. I don't want to use to cover it. Everything they are talking about, whether it is from the policy, whether it is from the implementation, whether it is from the impact, they use three main criteria. Expenditure verification. Next one. Can we verify it? They use what is the capacity? Because if you give me a contract now for 1 billion naira, and I say, Oladipo, where's your company? I say I'm an individual consultant. And you're able to implement something for 1 billion, that doesn't something is wrong. Must have been a company. So is it for capacity to do it in here? And then what are the outcomes? And so to believe that in order to be able to do very well in area policy, we must undertake a time series of manipulation, strengthen local government economy. What about the connected development approach, which they will settle? The same criteria of education, I can see that the people are now bringing the searchlight on the Borno government, which is still so much million from that political fund, which is the previous year, 2023, and that's why I joke with people. I say it's no longer a political fund, it's not a political fund. It's just being used, many of them are giving, many of the state governments don't even have time to tell you what they have to do. Let's go on. So what about the social capacity again or management? Very weak in many states, insufficiency of the state level ministries, failure of national coordination. So the nation, if the ecological fund office is not able to act all the state, bring all you've done. Let us start say, let us see what you've done. Give us the report and all the rest. And fragmentation of funds. Now, I'll give me 5 minutes. Let me give another joke. Go ahead. About 5 years, about 8 years ago, but Gina Bauro, in 1 August, I used to stay with my friend in Consultative. So he was coming to the estate. And I said, engineer, where are you coming from? I said, what do you go to? I went to see one place. In 5 years, you're going to be adding 50 million to that. The bridge will not be done, the money will be gone. So the project have come and relevant to community. Are they relevant? Some of the responses clearly indicate that they didn't even know what they were doing. The ecological crisis. There's a disconnect between official intervention and local adaptation. There's the tracking and largely absent. That is the key. Inability to track on that. So for all this, we recommend that they should bring institutional capacity of them must enhance the capacity of the National Council on Climate Change and prioritize the adaptation and short-term mitigation, as well as institutionalize genuine. I keep on saying my state policies that I'm embedding them. Don't develop state plan, development plan, until each local government has its own plan. Then bring all the 13 local government plans together to have a state plan. Then you can now say this is what we are doing, but no, the government thinks they know everything, and it's not going to work that. We need to improve the accountability. What about continuing? I say this is the example of the man, the other from Ayetu. Let's say 3.5 million to Ghana, 6.5 million to Belgium. They just came. One came with sand, the other one came to the design, and they never started again. 3.5 plus 6.5, that's 10 billion naira gone the drain. So it's still capacity again, show that the company they gave the companies to the contract to don't have capacity. Well, and so through all this, I believe that some of the things that need to be done. Now, let's ask finally, I think this will be the major data level. We need to really, if we want to really get accountability, we need to mandate and publish project level financial disclosures for ecological plans. Project. We must standardize and enforce independent principal verification protocol before payment. Next one. We must strengthen local participation and community monitoring committees. We must use public procurement data to pick what I think this should not be to a guide for performance. Leverage free information. You can get it and you're not having to pay money. Clarify institutional rules. Sometimes these policies, these institutions, we don't know what role they are playing. Pilot is rapid response, link project funding to measurable outcomes and post implementation. And if we do all this very well, we are likely to be able to get better things than what we are doing. We believe, the report believes that let these things are done, not be able to get it. So the major conclusion is that adaptation presents as a test governance on the duality of adaptation and Nigeria and the ecological fund. I think we need to really report that. We must not separate them. You cannot have ecological fund and then have climate change fund. The National Climate Change Act of 2021 permits the Council to establish a national climate change fund. If, because that one is backed by Act, the ecological fund is also backed by Act, there should be a way by which the two should be matched. But there's nothing like climate change unless it has impact on the ecology of the environment. If there's no flood, you don't be talking about climate change, nobody will bother about it. If there's no flood, I will not be talking about it. If there's no system rise that is affecting Lake and not Goshen estates and not, we need to reduce the accountability deficit. It's too much. People just take this money and they don't give it down. We need to strengthen and connect the institutions together and make the communities to be active beneficiaries. But we should stop this extremely reactive approach. Climate change is a gradual process. It's not going to end when you will never see the end of climate change. Don't worry yourself to your life. You talk about it. Because it's normal. Climate has been, you notice one of these times I gave it has been changing in the past. It's changing now. And it's not like the Bible or the Quran that doesn't change. No, it will change. So you have to really get it clear and stop this short-term intervention. Let's plan ahead and plan the long-term intervention. If we can do that and we strengthen our early warning system, make spending transparent, build stronger institutions and climate accountability, and as well as put the communities at the center. Desist from ad hoc approach, and make the climate finance work for it. I think the skies are limit, even to integrate climate change to development. We see the various opportunity to do our renewable energy, climate agriculture, green transport, climate service, data analysis, and also prepare ourselves for a better future. A lot of work still needs to be done, and they talk about the future research that will be carried out. If done properly, then we'll be on the right path. Thank you very much. God bless. Mr. Chairman, I'm done. I'm not talking again. I've done all my talking today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, bro. Can we give him a round? Thank you. And you know, that's the good thing when you are a professor. You have a text that's maybe 60, 70 pages. You spoke very, very nicely. Thank you very much for those experiences you shared. And just to underscore what you said, I think some of the challenges are quite clear. I think one of which is we still don't even have a national taxonomy for what constitutes green finance. So this has not been done. And I think was it last week or so, the call went out for consultants to see if we can develop a national taxonomy for what constitutes green climate finance. Because as it is now, everybody would put some money and say, I'm doing green. In actual sense, we need to have national what constitutes. And that will help, particularly the private sector, to put in money and know that those incentives that they are likely to get and all those de-risking packages, they won't be entitled. They all ordinarily they do know. Some of them have already known the benefit because it's saving them costs, providing efficiency in their operations. Some banks have completely, entirely changed their source of energy to solar. They know this because they know it's showing in their books. But in terms of investing, and particularly in adaptation, because the business case for adaptation has not been properly established. People understand for mitigation. That's why you see the preponderance of money goes to mitigation. In adaptation, the business case have not fully been established. Mostly looks grants and going there. And then of course, people do it as corporate social responsibility because they just think they're helping some poor community. But in terms of the returns, that have not really fully been established. And I think this is one of the challenges again, why funding to adaptation is always on the low side. The issue related to the Climate Change Act, it established a national council chaired by the president and a lot of ministers and state representatives of, I think, Governors Council, ALCOM, women groups, businesses, civil society. But since 2021, when the act came was the council had never had its full complement. It's never been inaugurated. No, but nowhere we've had directly for wow. But the act has not been, the council has not been inaugurated. So, and most of what needs to be done are supposed to be pursuant to resolutions of the council, as fully constituted and chaired by the president. And that also goes for the same with the climate change fund, which is established, it's already established. What is lacking is the protocol for organization. A business plan has been developed, has been developed. I attended a couple of meetings with the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund. They have offered to manage the fund, and I think that's really a good step because for once we perhaps are going to have professionals who start managing funds, what it means to manage it, not like the economy. So we are hoping that if the business plan is approved, the sovereign wealth is going to be the sole manager of that fund. And they will manage it the way they manage any other fund in the most professional way. with established protocol, fiduciary standards, eligibility criteria, and the details as to, and that perhaps will provide the kind of motivation for private sector to also invest. The other issue I think Prof have talked about is, and I also saw it in the report, is how we need to integrate all of this as a development agenda. So that this issue about climate change is fully mainstream in the national development. That way, public expenditure can be aligned to climate action. So once it's in the national development plan, goes to the parliament, budget is approved, implementation starts, even the oversight of parliament is easy because you know that these are tagged to the climate change actions and you can track.
Is it simple?
And I think the role of digitalization and technology is very critical. And I think the last issue I also want to talk about is the development within the space, particularly in terms of accessing international funds, essentially the adaptation funds and the GCA funds. You can't just go there straight. You need what is called accredited entities. Luckily, we've got the Development Bank of Nigeria just recently accredited to Nigeria, and we also have the Bank of Industry that just got recently. And Prof, remember, we did the
2014.
work with Prof as far as
2014,
the Bank of Industry qualification, the adaptation for them. But you can imagine, since 2013, we just got accredited just in last month. So that was a long way for many years. So thank you very much, Prof. Project, and I think this is where we all fail. Because funders and all of those funds only go or are attracted when you know the project is well defined, when the concept is clear, the objectives are clear, and the outcomes are clear, and they now understand this business case and they term it to be bankable. That you can put your money on this and you can show that you will get some returns. And we have, I think, monumentally failed developing those pipelines of growth. And that is why one of the main reasons why Nigeria has not been able to attract funding. But on the since Robert referred to the NDC partnership, just want to flag something that the NDC partnership did last year. Last year, it placed a call to everybody, particularly, I don't know how many people saw it, these people within this meeting today, whether you've seen it or you've not seen it, but people, we had a lot of responses. The idea is, if you have any business plan or any project idea, anything that you have, and it's aligned to any of the NDC sectors, and you've developed the concept and you have like a proposal, you submit the idea to the partnership. And based on a certain set criteria, is shortlisted. So initially we had 250 respondents that responded, and it was further shortlisted to 48. And in March of this year, the first meeting we had was September last. Then in March of this year, we shortlisted 48 companies and we put them in what is called a deal book. I'm going to share the deal book with Suleiman so that you can share to the participants. You can also see the number of ideas that have gone into it that have been shortlisted. And what we did in March was to bring people that had funds, multilateral development bank, hedge funds, had funds, and then brought those 48 companies who had ideas and matchmake. So you pitch and then you defend your idea, and then there were a lot of interactions. And last week, and by the way, the project was a pilot project, 7 countries around the world, Nigeria being one of it, and Uganda in Africa being the second. The others are in Latin America, some fast, East, East Asia. So, and last week we got uh, a request from the Mitsubishi Bank of Japan to say that 2 of the projects in the deal book meet their criteria and they want to fund. So one of the projects is in Ogun State, the waste management project, and the other one is in Taraba State. One idea about the smart village. So you can see that ideas are there, but like Rob says, sometimes you need the enabling environment. And that's what the partnership time. And because of that deal, the Mitigation Action Facility, which is another global facility that has been established in the last 8 years, and also looking for projects performed, but mostly in the mitigation space, saw the deal and think these 48 companies or these 48 ideas might be enhanced to respond to their call that they are to make in Brazil during the COP. So they have specifically requested, and they are coming to a mission in Nigeria. It's I think 27 to 38, and they're going to be in Abuja for 2 days and in Lagos for 1 day. And get to the minister's address, and we want to invite our project that is looking for funding. This is the idea to see how we can continue to have pipeline of projects. So that's just by the way. So let's get back to our meeting. Thank you, Rob. Can we give a program? So the next thing is to have this panel discussion what our tea is getting from. So can we just stretch? Please just go your coffee or tea, come back, and then we'll take 10 minutes, and then we'll construct the panel and we have a panel discussion. Keep your questions or keep your interventions, particularly for Prof and my work with respect of the tool and Prof's intervention. During the panel discussion, we'll have opportunity to open the space and make your interventions. So we're going for 10 minutes and so 1/4 to 1/4 to 12 back. Thank you. Not 1/4 to. Okay, tea is ready. Please pick your tea and come back. Just pick it. So you can also stretch your legs. Thank you.
Like now, we give this. But now you're let's do that partnership to you send this level. Yeah, we said it. Yeah, they left it to you. Which is the best. If we give it to you, even the type of like if that was beginner started you know, now that you did yourself, I didn't change any. I didn't change any factor you had. I have instructions there. Oh, yes. Sorry. That's
Then Tengi, Macaulay George, Country Manager, Natural Resource Governance Institute. That getting ready. I think the panels here. That's it. Okay. Then we also have Solomon Adoga, Senior Program Officer, Energy Transition. I like that. Energy Transition. Then I have okay, I have my sister here, and as well as James Michelle. Oh, you see, it's a small world. I finally got my host cousin.
Yeah, that's a unique name.
Yes. Okay. So I finally found my first cousin. I think
That's
acting as executive director. So the panelists, can we move to the other side, please?
Have they finished eating? So because I know where to put the tea here. There's no table. If you haven't finished eating, just forget it. Give me a share. No, she said. I don't think I should have looked. Are you related with you will find out. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but they both have the bad thing.
Yeah. Okay. So while we're still on our break, we want to start this session, but I'll pass the mic for just a brief introduction of your. Oh, you already have one. Just quick introduction to yourself, your organization, and perhaps what you are equipped with. Just highlight, not details. Just we're going to go into some few discussions and perhaps have one of your own.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Solomon Adoga. I am the Senior Program Officer with Civil Society and Advocacy Center. Currently, and I guess that is on the basis that African has me be here. Unfortunately, I don't follow that. Those this one, but it's fine. We are also implementing a project that is looking at energy, using the instrumental taxations and move to transfer and pass this job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Uncle.
So you see what this judge is doing? She's supposed to make them up. They say, I'll go. I married you. You just said it 1 week ago.
My name is Alexandra Michelia, and I work as acting executive and financial development.
Can you speak a little bit?
Oh,
Yeah.
financial development is a leading civil society organization that empowers marginalized communities, information, data, and access, and how to do their government to account. Have a very famous initiative called Follow the Money, which answers where funds are coming from, funds are going to avoid the person how efficiently wealthy funds are being spent. Affected women work across different thematic areas, including environmental sustainability, education, wash, primary health care, gender, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for her.
Yes.
For the
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Heather for having me. My name is Kemi Dojikoli, and I serve as the country manager, Natural Resource Governance Institute in Nigeria. The NRGI is an international organization. It's an NGO that focuses on oil, gas, and mining governance. But within this context, we focus on how all producing countries, especially low to middle income countries, can navigate the transition in a way that is just and sustainable. We have programs in Africa, in Senegal, in Ghana, in Uganda. We also have programs in Latin America, offices all around the world. And we focus on sharing lessons and approaches around strengthening policy and development in the countries where we work. So happy to be here. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Lokesh Rade.
Sorry?
Lokesh Rade. I work with Light program with the what we do is really we use that organic plastic that the climbing was climbing in our boat.
You take the mic a little.
All right, so we work, we use data precisely to power the rest of our to make sure that this is understand and how in that street most of these reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for him. The issue related to that has become really critical mostly in terms of its reliability, in terms of the fact that sometimes it's scattered and fragmented, and you have to, if you're looking for one information, you have to deal with several actors to be sure that, and sometimes when you get it, the level of authentication becomes a problem. So most of the time you have different versions of figures that are banished out there. So I think this is crucial in terms of your role here. So Heather has tried to tie my hands by providing prepared questions for this group, but it's clustered, I think, under different subjects. And I hope the panelists have been able to see that we're going to talk about since we're talking about the ecological issues relating to impact of the project and its feasibility, and the issue relating to access to information and level of transparency within the project, both the management one. Talk about issues relating to institutional coordination, not only within the ecological, but since we're talking about adaptation, relevant agencies, particularly the Council, the Ministry of Environment, and several other institutions that are also within the adaptation space. And we talk about community participation, the level of participation and awareness, and ownership in terms of whether they were part of the co-creation of the project from concept. We talk about accountability and oversight, anti-corruption and financial integrity, and of course, other climate finance governance issues. These are the clusters that together and try to tie hands with. But I will try to be flexible and I will just let's talk about first about the visibility of the ecological project from the presentations and of course the three that has been developed and the three surveys that were carried out for Niger and other states. And some of the responses from the communities where these projects were, they talked about how to ensure that this ecological home delivers and the level of impact. So I'll just throw this and give everybody like 2 minutes to just discuss that from your perspective. I think courts have tried to follow the money, and of course, from following the money, you know whether the money had gotten to its destination or whether the money was eaten by some monkey or some animal. So with that from Adobe.
All right, thank you so very much. Yes. Thank you so very much, everyone.
That's
Very well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much and congratulations, Heather, for this work. First of all, I would say because I read the story before coming here, and the first point of shock, those that from us highlighted was the fact that they're able to source information as to the availability of some of those projects. So that is good to see. And perhaps the same replicate across the country and not just the education where the project has been able to do. But the issue with the fund is well known. We know that issues of transparency, are far from that fund. I've already stated in the morning. The ecological fund and the one that we call security funds are some of the most mismanaged sorts of intervention fund in Nigeria. I remember some time ago, we were able to, let me not say the country was able to prosecute the likes of former governor Joshua Darabie of Plateau State and Jordan Nyambi of Taraba. And all of those cases had accusations of siphoning of the ecological funds. Last year, I particularly was caught up in Borno State, in the flood that submerged the city of Maiduguri, and that exposed again some of the mismanagement, some of the gaps around underutilization of this application of that fund. If you read through the background information, the picture of that flood, the indications were already there, early warning signs were there, early warnings were already issued that the risk of this to happen was already there, and yet there was a fund that was not utilized to mitigate that. And then you look at how much Borno particularly has been able to utilize that fund. There's no accountability at all. And so the question that one would begin to ask is because there, like Prof said, there are a number of various interventions around adaptation or what you could classify as adaptation. Maybe they were not designed to the climate adaptation intervention in their originality. But if you could attribute those to that at this point in time. So you take, for instance, the what is it called? The Post Community Development Program under the PIA Act. A lot of community interventions that can also be directed to providing adaptation mechanisms for communities. But then you will need the communities to understand the issues of climate, and that takes us back to the issues of community engagement. We need to do that to the communities understand what they mean in terms of adaptation, so that when it is time for them to identify the project that should be there to them, they are able to identify some of these adaptation projects that should be carried out with
Thank you very much. Ezra, you guys have been following the money. Do you think that those communities they give the impact and from the intervention for the community? and this impact from the ecological projects spent?
Absolutely not.
What did you say?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
There's a huge disconnect from what is on paper and what flows into the community. A lot of community members have been blindsided. They have no idea, on what the component of budget is. And just to also mention that your connected movement,
so I think it's a baby. Before, yes, we're not excluding the baby. Yes. But the mom can try to.
To be more transparent.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
okay, that also links to, the study that connected development for Inca Consult and Oxford carried out. And we looked at the inflow of climate finance in Nigeria from 2016 to 2021. And we saw how over 4.9 billion US dollars was generated and was funded for about 800 projects carried out in Nigeria. But sadly, 75% of the funds generated were concessional loans. And what this means is that, it widens our debt profile and debt burden as a country. And about 52% of those funds are adaptation funds. And so you can see that we have a long way to go in a nutshell. And just to summarize, community members are very much disconnected from the reality on the ground.
Take it. Please, from your perspective, and of course, the work you do on the resource, and these ecological projects really helps, and do they have long-lasting impact as envisaged when it was first created?
Okay, thanks for that question. And I'll pull back a bit, because we like to look at these sort of concepts a bit more broadly. I think we alluded to that initially in our conversation about the need to tie adaptation sort of plans and vision with the broader national sort of priority and development focus. If we're able to make those connections, and not just even adaptation, but also communication, that begins to paint a broader picture of where we're going and also the impact we're trying to achieve. And I think often that's not done, and they're siloed sort of focuses, and so that can have a bit of a disconnect in the broader ambitions that the government speaks for itself and Nigeria speaks for itself. And so I think there has to be that more connection in terms of the broader sort of goal that is had. And that means the National Council on Climate Change has to have more of a role. And there has to be also advocacy for that council to be developed, because there is need for that greater coordination amongst all the different institutions, the Ministry of Finance, Budget, the Ministry of Environment, Energy Transition Office, and just to ensure that there is that initial alignment around the different policies that we have, different ambitions that we have. We mentioned we have the Climate Change Act, we have the Climate Change Policy, the Action Plan, we have also other policies that are driven by even the energy sector as well. But there's not a lot of connection in terms of how these are implemented. And if we have that business case that is clarified around how adaptation projects can actually deliver development and connect to those priorities, there will be more of a political will also to focus on those projects and ensure they actually deliver the objectives that they're intended to achieve. So what the question that I'm making is that while this is very essential, we have to make sure that there are connections from the bottom to the top, and vice versa, to make sure that we have that holistic plan, that integrated plan, and then from there we can then have accountability structures that monitor all the different layers to ensure that these projects are being delivered to achieve those goals. Otherwise, they'll be able to connect. And then we'll see all these projects that we have. We have similar work that's being done by budgets and monitoring projects in the budget, but we have to show that there's integration. We have now a critical adaptation, which is good because there is limited focus on adaptation from implementation, but there still has to be that connection and that comparison. Where there is a clear view of where funding is going to in terms of development priorities, how these different initiatives are going to feed into that as well. We have sort of a full of government approach, and then we have more potential of having sustainability around all our different projects, regardless of what they are. So more connection, more engagement, more collaboration around different actors, can lead to more comprehensive implementation of our different objectives, so we can see those results not just at the national but also at the local levels.
Thank you, thank you. So, the issue related to, of course, because you work mostly on issues related to data, access to information, and of course, from the findings, communities are able to talk with clarity or be very definite that okay, we know what the technology can do. We know this is the medium of communication. This is how they communicate or telling us that they are in our community. So, how do you what kind of mechanism will you take the best to step up? Now we know the problem. How can we improve this in terms of the kind of mechanism that we need for communication, for data collection, so that these communities that are completely disconnected from what is happening, the only thing we see is perhaps some trucks going in and out. How can we manage information in a way using your platform or your experience? And what is the best form mechanism needs so that the phone can communicate better with people and then the access the information flows two ways.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks to Prof. To answer your question, I would say, first, for citizens to own whatever projects that has been executed or whatever fund this amount of money, or probably you want them to give you the right information that they to execute each of those projects. They need to be carried along. They need to be able to own it so that it can be sustainable. So probably one of the things that we also missing is there's no platform, probably that whereby community or citizens are able to monitor that this is the money that is being released for this particular project, and this is what the outcome is. So they were not carried along, and these people just come in, without engaging them, without probably informing them that this is what we got, this is what is on ground. What do you think that should be done? Just like when you look at the 2020 flood that happened, the government said they release so amount of money to the people that are affected. But till today, there's no data backing that up. There's no data, like the data are just everywhere. So there's this issue of data interoperability whereby, this ministry is keeping this data somewhere, this other ministry is keeping this data somewhere. Then it's very difficult to now harmonize it together, which is what we've been preaching, that there should be something like open data whereby if money is being released for a particular project, it should be on the dashboard whereby people or citizens can monitor it. They can be able to trace and say, okay, fine, this amount of money were released for this particular project, and this is what has been done. This is where, so it can even, so it makes it more easy even for the media to report or probably to track at the end of the day. So one thing we in our data science, one thing we preach is that there should be a kind of open data whereby all these ministries, all these government processes are involved in around all of this to ensure that there's a platform or dashboard that brings together all of these data so that the citizen can be aware, can be informed. Because when they are being informed, it is easy for them to be able to sustain each of, irrespective of the project that are being executed in their community. So that's
it. Thank you. You talked about establishing platforms. These platforms, are they just for collecting data or platforms for also like all the projects entirely from when the contract is awarded and then the contractor comes and says, okay, I've been awarded to do this, and there is like a committee to oversee, interact, follow the progress and milestones of the contract. So this platform that you just for data collection or for the
So
entire?
it's for the entirety of the project. Because just look at, there's something they call community police, right? Whereby irrespective of different people from the community were put together to form that to be able to be involved in police as a kind of early warning. So if, let's assume a particular company has gotten a contract to execute a particular project in the community, the first thing is to engage the community members so that they are aware that this is what they want. So that dashboard is saying that, okay, this particular person or company has been awarded this contract and this is what they are going to be doing. This is the amount of money that is being given to them, right? So even the media that also report it can go there to see that, okay, this is, and it will be geotagged, like they can trace that, okay, this is the exact point that this project is being implemented. Because we've had cases where they said they implement a particular project, and when you get there, there's nothing there. So nobody's tracking it. There's no way to track it. There's no way to say, oh, this is the main thing that was done.
That's fine. So I also want to hear the opinion of the other panelists on this issue. Yeah, thank you. The first to thank you. So I also want to hear your opinion. Talking about community participation, community ownership, is suggested certain platforms. And these platforms in under like the mining act, then you need to have like community development agreement. If somebody is given like a license to mine, it comes and they must have that agreement with the community. That's the only way the community have like ownership in that, because even the benefits from that mining would be shared with the community. And in terms of this, we know who actually skip the projects for the ecological work. We know them in court. So sometimes the benefit might not trickle down, but at least even if the benefit in terms of the liquid, the cash or maybe hospital or some kind is not shared, but at least be sure that the project is executed. So um, what in your opinion would be the best way to ensure and integrate and institutionalize this kind of ownership approach that is applicable? Should it be just a one-off platform? Should it be a community, a committee, a community committee to oversee this? So perhaps you have some reflections that you want to share. And this is the question I need to just have reflections on, and then we can open to the panel.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And I align with what you shared, and I think we had a conversation about that earlier at different points. For the community trust fund that he mentioned that we have under the PIA, that was a structure that was conceived to provide a space where communities can actually feed into decision making around how those funds are spent. There were debates at the time in terms of the actual connection, so there's an opportunity for communities to share their perspectives, but in terms of the funding being dispersed at the end of the day, there are a number of layers that sort of go outside of those communities. So I would suggest something closer, where communities have more of a voice, more of the decision-making power in terms of how those funds are spent, in terms of maybe nominating representatives that already are part of existing structures, so as not to also duplicate structures. And we're talking about adaptation funds here. There are conversations happening about mitigation funds. There are conversations happening about development funds. So many other conversations that I had. And there can be a lethargy that can be by those actors, and there can be conflict in that. So you'll hear me sort of advocate a lot more coordination, so that there's a bit more streamlining around how things can be done. So potentially, because we have that trust fund under the PIA, that could be a vehicle, but also strengthening that vehicle was a bit more connection to the people themselves, so they can have those decision-making sort of abilities and powers to the project. And then again, obviously tracking, right? There's one thing to know, have a say into the inputs of how the fund is being deployed with certain projects, and another thing to track how that is being also executed. And so there should be a role for communities to play at all levels, from deployment, from decision making, and also monitoring the projects themselves, to monitor terms of timeline, what sort of commitments have been made, who's responsible, that information being available to them, and then monitoring that process from from end to end. While those structures of governance are also establishing the voices can be heard came to this project. But again, still key into the broader goal, right? That have also been defined and understood by communities as well. Because that is why how we can get that sustainable development and also protection of those regions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you see, I'd say that community must truly be involved from the design to the delivery of the song, not just as beneficiaries, as co-creators of the song, enhance stability. And for communities to do that, then they must understand every component of the budget. And by that, I mean that we need to institutionalize, climate budget targets at both federal and subnational level. And what do I mean by that? NCA, local governments should be mandated to clearly identify and label every component of their budget that is to climate-related projects. Only when that is done, then citizens are able to ask the right question, monitor the fund, and even demand transparency and accountability. So connected development, we have something called the nomination tracking tool. It's called NOM-Track tool. And we use this in different communities across 474 local governments. Across 774 local governments to ensure that citizens are able to nominate and track projects around climate resilience, wash, infrastructure, whatever it is. That way, communities are fully involved and fully integrated into the system. So you see that when you embed such participatory models, there's going to be accountability and transparency that will be, driven by community members and for community members.
Thank you. So we will hear from you, then we'll pause and then we'll open so that the participants now in between those three issues that we can pause the phone of this session.
Okay, so I would like to add that coordination will be key here because as we speak, there are just several things ongoing. How does that be around adaptation for communities? And that is not helping clearly. We have the PIA, we have other companies, CSR, we have the ecological fund, but that level of coordination bring all of actors, whether private or public, together to basically streamline the activities to avoid duplication of efforts and all of those. So we need that level of coordination probably begin to happen. And I think that this falls well on the mandate of the NCC. If we have that, because the next level of here is speaking from the knowledge of ourselves as a people. When we begin to see enormous funds channeling towards a certain direction, you will see people with vested interest positioning themselves to hijack the process. And once that is accomplished, you are not going to have a process where the gains of those interventions actually traces down to the income.
Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause for this? So the few highlights of what has been said here. Of course, in terms of the visibility and impact of those projects, state level is quite minimal from most of the assessment that has been done. Of course, sometimes the community don't even know that these things are happening. The issue relating to how can we show ownership and public participation. Of course, suggestion has been made on certain platforms and institutionalizing budget tracking, which is, I think, is something that perhaps header should take up as its next line of intervention, because it's what is called climate public expenditure and review framework, which is akin to the project tracking. And the idea is a methodology to ensure that climate actions, climate policies, actions, institutions their actions attached to national planning and budgeting so that it provides the kind of track easy for it to be tracked and you can ensure. So perhaps we don't have that. We don't have that as an established what you call framework in the country. So perhaps Hela can take them. And of course, Kodak tried to also do that, but it's been done skeletally in some states. I know Kano, Jigawa, and Kaduna have something similar, but not very elaborate. So but we need that at national level because that's the only way, particularly now that the National Development Plan 2026, 2030 is just being developed. That's not for you. So this is a good time to ensure that that is mainstreamed so that we are able to, once we are tracking the National Development Plan, we are tracking all climate change actions. The other, I think,
Sorry, can I be a recommendation to the National Council?
sorry?
Can I be a recommendation to the National Council of Climate Change?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because yeah, this is just a summary from the discussion of this panel. So we'll open now to the general house for intervention relating to what you think we need to do in terms of strengthening community ownership. Because I think that is where the crux of the matter is. If community are there from the beginning, then, of course, every other issues relating to transparency, issues relating to governance, issues relating to reporting will easily be dealt with. But the moment they are not part of the planning, they are not part of the execution, and they don't feel or they don't feel any kind of ownership, then of course they are completely excluded. And I think these are the mechanism we want to strengthen. The other one is how do we strengthen access to information? Because of course I read that letter from INEC this morning, or somebody wanting to get a document from INEC under the framework FY. They said, yes, it's fine, you can come, but you pay 1.5 billion.
No problem. If you want to never avoid my certificate, I ask you to pay.
So the floor is open now. Gentlemen, can I have an indication of one?
And so
We intend to leave, or I intend to leave this meeting by 1:30. So, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so please, I'll beg you. Yeah.
Maybe perhaps because of your own time, by the time you go around this 11, panel are yet to exhaust. Perhaps maybe you should have.
Okay, so exhaust before we open the
By the time
Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's take the two other components for the panel. So that way, when you are responding, I can sleep out. The other two other issues is what do we see the role of our the anti-corruption agencies? How do we see their role in terms of bringing integrity to the management of the of the ecological problem? How can we use these anti-corruption agencies to provide the kind of safeguards, and I think the last other questions I want to take is the lessons, okay, the lessons from the study, but I want to also address this issue of the role of the EFCCs of the world, the ICPCs, and vis-a-vis how they have prepared in terms of dealing. At least you report two cases, the Plateau and Taraba case. But I don't think those perhaps could be just what do you call a drop in the ocean. So let's hear what do you think these institutions can do to provide stronger safeguards.
I was going to reference back to that again, because it sets the example that that is what needs to be done. The fact that Plateau and Taraba have been in the limelight for this does not mean that those are the only states where misappropriation of the ecological fund has happened. But then the EFCC needs to show authority, not just the EFCC, the anti-graft agency in general, and then begin to see this as those easy funds where the governors or the chairman are able to lose without any form of repercussion, and then begin to torchlight things. So in its anti-graft agencies need to prioritize torchlighting those levels of intervention funds and seriously interrogate every passing government. And then perhaps it will set the precedence for subsequent governments to begin to ensure some form of accountability and transparency is recorded in the utilization of ecology.
Okay. Thank you for that. And this actually you are proposing, should it be before the project starts or while the contract has already been awarded? The role of the EFCC.
I think this is immediately, as long as the window for that advocacy is open to begin to engage.
Thank you.
So I would just say that anti-graft agencies should be seen as partners in prevention and not in punishment. And what it means is that they need to start embedding, real-time transparency mechanisms that will help flag some of these things before the money disappears. So we should start seeing prevention as the new accountability rather than just being reactive after the money disappears or after something goes wrong. Then they can begin to provide overnight. Meanwhile, they can be partners right from the inception to ensure that all these funds are being adequately utilized and managed.
Yeah, I think there's so particularly in terms of regulations, I think there's a concept called voluntary compliance. That way, it is easier for you to do a lot of advocacy for somebody to know that look is safer, is efficient, is cheaper for him to comply than for him to breach the law and later get apprehended by authorities. So in most cases, this voluntary compliance advocacy helps because the people really understand the benefits of the regulation. They tend to comply with it, not necessarily without even being forced. But when you just don't give that kind of opportunity, you just go straight out to enforce. You will have to deploy all your resources, which is more expensive. You have to also contend with the time because once you go straight out, they will challenge, and then you end up perhaps in a court, and you have long years of litigation. So sometimes, so I think this preventive kind of advocacy of trying to see that, okay, from beginning, maybe they should even have some kind of differential undertaking for people who are contracted to do that kind of work. And the EFCC or the ICPC tell them the consequences of the failure, and perhaps that will reduce the incidences relating to this. So thank you very much.
Yes, I will just briefly say, again, it's an assumption. Sometimes that criminality is caused, by deliberate nefarious incentives, but sometimes people also be due to a lack of awareness, understanding of the full scope of how things operate. So I think awareness is a very critical one. Sharing sort of the full spectrum of what is expected for the different actors on the climate finance, and how what money should be deployed, and then putting in place certain safeguards as well and incentives for those that are deploying those funds. It might seem a bit counterintuitive, but I think that's something that we can also sort of explore.
Yeah, I think, oh, really simple, because if somebody is given like contract to say, okay, it's okay, we're going to give 3 other states. So using that as like credit rating, insurance. Okay, you have done well here, therefore you are rewarded because the project first is certified to be fit for purpose, is done within the time frame, and there is obvious demonstration of fund utilization. There is what they call value for money. So that kind of entity that have performed well needs to be encouraged by incentivizing them and even giving them more contracts to perhaps. So I think just like trying to ensure that we raise awareness so that people know that there's consequences if they fail. At the same time, there should be some kind of reward system to reward those who actually perform. And I think that's a good one good way of looking at this. We shouldn't just assume everybody's corrupt. We shouldn't just assume that everybody has some kind of motive other than just taking the money away. Thank you very much. Let's hear it.
All right, I think we need to build a model where institutions like CDFCC oversight only protect impact of projects from the funding down to the sure not paralyzed idea of brand and the end result of the project. So we all know most time money is not the problem, right? For management is. So there needs to be building from the process of them signing agreement with the contractor because most times the ministry for profit charge giving the money to the contractor and contractor probably not get the job done as you stated. Yeah, agreement and probably also they might just do a shabby work where not bad for the money that was implemented for the project. So I think it's just to give them that overall free will to be in the process, just like what you said earlier, that from the process, from the onset, they should be involved throughout the project implementation, so that people knows that if I mismanage this one, there's proportion, there's consequence.
Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? And of course, your final takeaway from this exercise is so, even though we have two case studies, we have Nigeria and Ghana, but one of the findings that have been shared today is specifically with respect to Nigeria. So, just what you think perhaps is missing, even though we just had a high level. And if there was anything that caught your attention that you thought that, okay, maybe when Prof was scrolling down, this was not fully reflected, and you want it like flagged up, and just your final thoughts on the reports that have been shared. And of course, the one that Mayo also, the two that he shared.
Yes. All right. So for me, I think one thing that comes to my mind when Prof was giving presentation when I was talking about how we try to get stuff that do building what's it called at this time. It's for me, I think maybe what is missing is I feel like when you want to measure the impact of all these things, there has been a cost. One thing that does that when it's being backed up by what gives you visibility is the data part of it. Yeah. Because then there's a story to tell about to say that it's easy for citizens or private to say, oh, this money, this is the amount of money that was funded or that was put to this project, and this is the amount of this is the outcome. Because then what you said about speeches, private at both times, and facilities it gives the variable, right, and data back. So it enables citizens to be involved, and community also to be aware of all of these things. and saying, oh, you know this, you should be able to, So there's that kind of sensational like awareness in all of this. So I think, and when for proper giving the recognition, showing the recognition, you might not be there yet, but definitely with presentation, we are getting somewhere, we are leading somewhere. We just need to be much more active in the angle of our education and management. So that's just the money is coming, it might not be enough, but the money is coming, but we just need to be sure that we manage the resources at hand so that we can get to the right people who are actually need to.
Thank you. I like that. And this brings me back to when Mayo was making his presentation, and I asked whether this is going to be live or whether this toolkit is going to be live and active. And I think what he is saying is from this particularly the toolkit that have been developed. We have a dashboard which provides like a summary of all of this. If that can be turned into some short policy brief to say, okay, we've done this study on the case study with on the ecological fund. This is what we found. This is it can just be like a two-page flyer from the dashboard actually. So that becomes a real advocacy tool. That any policy maker, perhaps a member of the National Assembly, who are in the what do you call it, public accounts committee, or those who are doing some oversight on environment, and take a look at this policy brief based from your dashboard, which provides maybe even some graph, just two-pager, and then the recommendations. That becomes very strong because it's simplified, it's simplified, and it actually sends the message without having to go yourself to go through.
Everybody can just
So many,
go.
yes. I think that's a very excellent idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yeah, I think it's actually my submission was aligned in that way as well. Taking the example of the energy transition plan, when it first started, it was very sparse in terms of details. And then after a lot of engagement and interaction, it has now broadened. And there's a lot more that has been offered. So I think this could be good to offer that same opportunity for the adaptation phase, very fast right now, because data to align with the idea around having it be live. But the other point that I really wanted to also bring out was the point that was made again, thanks Iowa and Prof for the presentation, around us having this idea of climate finance, but not really looking at the breadth of what it is. So we have the climate change fund, and then the ecological fund, which you mentioned. There are other funds, there's the remediation fund, there's the environmental fund, and these all have purposes that they can also deliver in terms of climate and addressing climate issues. And the fact that we have the sovereign wealth fund, or as I say, the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority managing that climate fund now, I think it provides a space where we can have similarly ring-fence these funds, but have a component where they're also being integrated and have a stronger governance structure around them. And the example of the excess good account, which had been drawn from and posted in a very less structured way. This provides a space where it will be done in a more structured way and provides more potential for stronger governance and management of those funds. So I think that's something that this could potentially allow for. I think that we also need to signpost and highlight that not just the ecological fund, given the study, but then other broader ways funds as well, so that we can have a more structured management of our climate finance in terms of ones that are being consulted, how they're being deployed,
what is the first big climate change law? This was as far back as 2007. And it was not a purely civil society thing, but we were able to do like a blend because we believe that people out there, particularly who are influential, should be part of the process. And so it was a coalition of businesses, private entities, and civil society. And I think we pushed hard, We got Governor Donald Duke, he got chair, got the late Barkido, the former GM of the NFPC. So then he was not, he was the executive director. We got Senator Shagaya. We got, he was a director in environment, in Engata. He later became a PAMSEC, he was a civil servant. She joined. We got UBA. In fact, that was the first time UBA we can see. We got the Clifford Foundation. We were, and we pushed a lot of things. He was the secretary, so he should back him now. We are retired, we say. But so the student, you should actually revive this body and then we can see how we can support. Thank you for, I think he said, because the coalition has a force. It has a way because you come with your strength, it's diverse, but you come with your different strength. And once you agree and form a very strong message, government listens. It's just that sometimes people don't believe that government can listen, but government does listen. I believe that.
Okay, I would like to conclude my thought on the very nexus between climate mitigation and climate adaptation. Like Prof said, perhaps climate change is going to be an issue for the rest of our lives, and so clearly we are going to have families to mitigation, but mitigation is quite long term. And while we do that, we need to build climate resilience communities. And I think that's one of the takeaways from me, from the report. As for the tool, clearly you put in a tool that seeks to enhance information around transparency. The source of information for that already is going to be a challenge. And then one of the ways that we can even improve on that is in access to the tool itself in the first place and its usability. How people are able to use it and maybe the feedbacks, and then we can draw on those into.
Thank you very much. So can we give this panel a big round of applause? Thank you very much for all of your insights, and I think I will try and summarize them and share with the organizers. But for now, this panel is dissolved. Can you give them a panel to that round of applause? This I also go up to my seat. Then we will now start taking the interventions. So we can all sit down comfortably in our seats and then respond if there is any question directed at any one of us. Yeah. So we want to come up to I know So Madam, you are number one on my list. For the intervention. Can you give us the mic? Who is this?
I'm the number two. I just want to suggest an appeal to you. Everybody who is going to make comments or questions to equally write it.
Oh, okay.
So that it can help the rapporteur.
Okay. So what if you have raised your hand, perhaps you can just write that tear off from the notepad and just write your name and your organization. No.
In addition,
Yeah. Yeah, because we want to take record of cities and then of course. So just before you go ahead, just one more. The number one, number two, then number three is supposed to be the banner. Richard 3, then four, Madam 5. So we'll take this first 5 first. Okay? So let's deal with this first 5. Then can I see the second 5? No, you're in the first 5. Can I see the second 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 5 the first 5, then the second 6. Okay?
Right. Thank you so much, Heather, for this wonderful initiative to make everybody come together. I really thank the presenters earlier on, Prof, and this our brother over there. Then the panelists, they actually said a whole lot, and sort of like more interested in the community issues and issue of data. We know that data has been so, in fact, it's a cross-cutting issue, not just in climate area, be it agriculture, be it education, etc. So I just want to say that one of these panelists actually said there should be a dashboard for collection, or he actually expressed that. And he talked about how the ministries are working differently. So how can we ensure that there's synergy between these ministries? Because if they are working together and then there's a singular dashboard, like he suggested, I think it will be very, very interesting for you to go there. And again, another problem is issue of FOI. Let's assume they were like, no, you cannot get it. So how can we make all those things very simple? Then issue of sense of belonging with the communities, community ownership in everything that, okay, let them know. But sometimes, probably ignorance, probably they don't really know about it. How can they be enlightened? Is there any how that the capacity of this community can be built? Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So, Solomon, before we continue, so I would like to pray your indulgence. If it's a question, you mention who you want to direct to, and please try to be very brief because we want to have as many interventions as possible. If it's a comment you're making, just go straight to the point and try to be as brief as possible so that we can manage that and also be efficient in taking the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've started as just a comment. Oh. Okay, so thank you, our panelists. Just 2 quick comments, especially to the thoughts shared by the panelists. One is about how do we build more community ownership projects, especially climate projects. And part of the challenge that who decides what a climate project is and who decides what community gets what. Because often it is politicians who lobby for ecological fund things to come to them. They're not necessarily because we see the need. There are some states we all see the need. But the fact that the need is obvious doesn't mean ecological fund will be allotted to it. It has to be so. So, what criteria will those politicians use to attract the money to their state? That is where the problem of community ownership starts from. So perhaps in the framework of ecological fund, if perhaps one of the things we're recommending from here is that we should again look at the law of the ecological fund. Could it be that we say that there should be a criteria where community also request for a project, So can we have community, if somebody says we are going to dredge the river in the community, can we have all the relevant stakeholders in that community supporting with a letter, to that effect? I mean, you start building community ownership from that level. And it's not going to be a process that is influenced by a town hall where a politician shares money. We know how Nigerian politicians can circumvent everything you try to put in. That's my first thought. The second is about when we say that there should be access to information publicly, either through portal or something, where we know what project is going where, how much it costs, and also the time frame. This is beautiful. But what I would like to add to that is that the contractors should have right of reply. Because often it is what is on paper that is pasted in that project. You know, presently we have project board, or we should have project board.
Yeah.
Everywhere you see a project.
Yeah.
So we are simply saying, take that project board online, make it accessible from anywhere in the world. The project board only tells part of the story. How about how the funds are released? Are they released? You know, there are so many others. So somehow the opportunity where we have the online one, as opposed to just the project board, which is just the board staring at us, is that the online one needs to have a place where we can interrogate, and contractors or whoever is involved should also have a space to either explain or at least a right of reply. You know, so I just want us to have something that is dynamic and that takes care of the interests of multiple stakeholders, and already on its own start to resolve conflicts before they emerge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the first leg of your suggestion is good, but perhaps maybe with some kind of modification. Instead of saying that we want the community to initiate the process for a project under the ecological fund, I would rather say maybe it should start as a process of their request for a project to be included in their state budget.
Okay.
Because I think in Botswana, that is how the community first meets at the lowest level and agree that we don't want, we already have a maternity, we already have a school, we need an access road for farming. So they collectively agree that this is what they want, and now it becomes a budget element for their parliamentarian to take, make sure it's a state project. So once it's there and it's casted in the state legislative appropriation act, then they can decide to either come to the ecological fund and look for extra funding to fund it. So perhaps this is a good advocacy issue that you are raising, but maybe it should be try to make sure that the ownership of even the state budgets. Yes. So the community are part of the budgeting process. So from before an item makes its way into the budget, it must be championed by and sanctioned and authenticated by the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A rider to what Suleiman has said, there's a major challenge in the community acceptability of their product.
Yeah.
For example, I can share with you in Upper Local Government of Nigeria. There's a community, the two community experiences flash flood every year. The deputy governor, the former deputy governor is from that local. In lobbying hypergate to build an entire community section upland for those communities to be relocated. The building that was there on ground, I saw it. I went to that community during the plan for state government. They have refused to move there. They have solar panels, they have drinks made for them, everything. They have since the time of Governor Babangida, he has been advocating for communities to move upland, let them relocate from this flood affected areas. They refuse to move till today. In fact, that project, if you go there, you see it standing with all the overhead tanks for water, everything, boreholes being drilled, is just there. I don't know. So this is a major challenge. That's one to the area. I don't know which. I know you are talking more of the community. How do we balance the issue of community acceptability that this climate crisis are even a problem to us? We need to take action. That's one. Then number two, how do we build the capacity of local governments? Because I'm not of the opinion of having subnational and local government. They should move, let local government stand alone, let state government stand. Because from experience working with Niger State Ministry for Local Government, we just finished developing the state strategic action plan for Niger State 2025 to 2029. And I got to understand that ecological funds come to local government, but they don't have the knowledge of expending such funds. And state governors still go back to local government to use their joint accounts. I take that money out. You can, I'm telling you for free that they pay the waste management they pay waste management for all of us from that account, from local governments. And state government that one pulling those funds. So local government don't even know that those funds for my local government are supposed to go into ABC climate project. So how do we, I'll wrap up with, how do we harmonize, let's say have a multi-sectoral committee where we can harmonize data, knowledge for funding, and know who, because it was so dramatic in the last consultative forum at the National Assembly on Mopar flood, when the initial was there, other para MDAs were there. They were fighting on who has constitutional right to do ABC. Some people were quoting at once. It was so embarrassing, and I was just like, what's the meaning of this? So we need to have a multi-sectoral, so that what is captured by the budget of this NDA should not be repeated in the other NDA, so that we can even help cut shortage. I mean, what they call it? Budget allocations for federal government. So
Thank you for that intervention. And I think it's good for thought on how do you really get perhaps the local community has really what we call cultural attachment, because those are some of the issues relating to safeguards, and when people have strong heritage and cultural attachment, they may not want to leave their location. There has to be a lot of advocacy at that. So, Imam, please go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Thanks for the protest of the president. I just want to, people will understand that, the ecological fund and how it's unfortunate over time. The cultural practice that we have as much money for governors with the security voter. So how do we, and also of the various sides, how do we really change the mindset of the politicians about one, how to utilize the fund? Secondly, even the budgeting process, the budgeting ecosystem, how it is done from central assembly, the allocation, and the monitoring, they only push funds in those areas. So then assembly people, within their this they can pull out. That is second. Thirdly, I really don't know how strong their capacity. But I know their office is one small office at the National Secretary. I don't know the staff. It's something they move best. I don't know the staff strength and you've been to your office. I don't know the staff strength in terms of monitoring and their capacity to actually follow up the project. Like what I said, I was saying, I was part of the group that did national planting and how climate project management go in and we're not being able to track them. So I'm discussing about the overall side, how we change the mindset of our politicians, the budgeting process, and capacity of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Okay, Madam, before you leave, as other chair, so I want to crave your indulgence that when this invitation was, let me report you to the house, but I know why. When this invitation was sent, it was sent with saying that this meeting was going to take place on the 16th, Wednesday. Oh, I'm not the only one. You see, so I'm indicated. So I tried to clear my debts for Wednesday, only for 2 days ago, they said it's Thursday. And I had to speak that because
we were waiting on National Assembly to show that the dates have not.
Okay. So I have asked, and Madam Professor Adenike Oshie had graciously agreed to help me finish off this session by taking the questions and answers, because I have to run this on my trip. Thank you very much. Let me pass the mic to you.
Powerful chair.
Thank you so much, sir. So true. And thank you for being with us. Can we please exit
Are you giving your ticket or not? It will take. Please, can we take picture with him before he goes? Please take a picture before you go.
Yes, please. You can just go. No, that's all. We will send it back. Oh, yeah, please. Please, let's join them. Please, not for a let's go. Okay.
She's 90 years old. That's it.
Wait. Somebody just joined.
Are you sure? Are you familiar with this player?
Yes.
I usually go.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, yes. Oh. Well. I think I'll go. Yes. Oh. I'm done with your foot. How are you? I'm sorry. I like you. Yeah. Where are you from? Yeah, the way.
I don't know if I can go
Yeah, you said. Yeah, I didn't know. Oh, yeah, I'm in Lagos. Actually, yeah.
Thank
You
you.
know the.
My name is Lauren, and my question has already been asked by the gentleman who asked about the role of local government in this process. So I'm just going to make a comment, and that's really about harmonization, and this is about the whole community development trust process that one of the panelists, I think was Peggy, spoke about, and how important it is to understand what the state government is funding, what the ecological fund is providing for, what the local government is funding, what the whole community development fund is funding as well. However, my organization has been conducting a study on the host community development process so far. And what we discovered was particularly very interesting is that we're beginning to see a situation where state governments are putting in certain projects within their budgets, and then also ensuring that the host community development trust is putting in a similar budget, or they try to find out what's in your community development plan, put the same, some of those projects in their own budget,
And so at the end of the day, when the host community development trust reportedly delivers on a project, the state government tries to take credit. So, so those are some of the discoveries that we've seen. Again, I think it's not just a lack of harmonization, but I think it has a lot more to do with transparency and also accountability. Another issue that we've actually seen, we always talk about communities, but I think it's important to realize that within these communities, there's a lot of elite capture. Whenever we talk about elite capture, we're always talking about state level, federal government level, but even within the communities themselves, where community members will tell you we were not consulted. The community leaders are aware, but they never asked us. Our experience and our research has also shown that it was difficult at first to get information from the Homeless Community Development Trust, Board of Trustees, and Management Committees, because they felt they were not necessarily accountable to the communities. They were not accountable to them. We're accountable to whoever's giving us the money to do this work. So the whole issue where you're kind of creating parallel structures within communities that are very well resourced, billions of naira, millions of dollars. It's very interesting, but it's also it's a bit of a disturbing dynamic. It needs to be looked into because what we have seen so far, our research will come out later this year, is that when we interviewed community members, they said, this is what we asked for. Yes, we got it. But when we juxtapose what we know, what is in the budget and what we see, it's totally different. So you can see whatever is going on, even at the state level, is still trickling down to even other mechanisms that would have otherwise helped fill some of these gaps or complement what the state government is doing. That's not to say that in some places it isn't working well, but I think it's important to actually think about these dynamics emerging, especially within the Niger Delta region. So I think that's really it for me from now. I think I have one more point, but with my mind, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Because I think I just handled it before. As you say, this is a very disturbing issue. And there is a story that is coming out. So, but in the concluding part of the story, when the community members are able to make suggestions as to mitigate such issues, I mean, it's not fair, you know, there are two parties that are supposed to maybe fund the project. There those two fundings are only one that's most superior taking the credit. From my own experience, when you have if the community members they know some of the things that have done to because there's one experience the precious things they feel if they act on you'll be able to when it's equal to
at this point, I'm not at liberty to really discuss that. It's until actually this is out because again, this is not representative of all state governments or host community development. Again, when you're also speaking to communities, when you're also speaking to some, you still need to verify and triangulate data. But it wouldn't be such a surprise because the PIA did not provide for the role of the state government or the role of the local government in the host development trust process. So definitely these issues were inevitable. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
That's very vital because what that was going to normal communities too. Thank you.
But that's not to say it's not working.
Yeah, you said number 6.
So my name is Daniel Dixon. I'm the policy advisor. So I'll ask Maiwa, I don't know. When we look at the PAC report, that's first, we see that about 19 states, 50% of their ecological fund is deducted at source, either to the NDDC, that's for 9 states of the Niger Delta. Then the other about 10 for the Hydroelectric Power Producing Area Development Commission, dealing with communities that are situated around dams. Now, we focus on what the utilization of the ecological fund is like at the federal level, and some have even touched on this at the subnational level. So even for this local government, 50% as well. For these 19 states, 50% of all the local governments have their ecological fund deducted either to the NDDC or to this agency I've mentioned, involving those states. So it raises the question that we should also interrogate what the utilization of that 50% is from those agencies. So the NDDC should be able to account what they use those 50% that comes to them monthly for, as well as this, because the amount, especially for these surrounding dams, has a lot of ecological projects. That is their major mandate. So we should also be able to interrogate when you deduct this money from source and the next 50% is given to the state. What do you use the 50% that comes to you, both at the state government and again at the local government? So if the ecological fund for say in Akwa Ibom is 6 million, it is only 3 million that goes into. The other 3 million goes to NDDC. That's how it works. And this happens for about 19 states. So it's only a few states who have their ecological funds given to them. So that's one, we need to interrogate that. Then that also opens the possibility for citizens' engagement, because we should be able to ask these communities, especially those around the dams, has this agency carried out ecological projects around your areas? Because that will tell the story properly of utilization. If that's not taking place, then we should interrogate what they're using those funds for. So we can build the capacity of these communities to be able to ask those kind of questions. But I know the challenge with NDDC is that it's opaque. So no matter how many FOI requests you send to understand what the utilization is, you may not get any result. But I think Oti was seated here, took them to court, threatened court action, and got what he did, I think, last week. So maybe that's the strategy that we need to adopt to get what we want. But these agencies must interrogate what they are using this 50% for. Then, although he has left, he mentioned the model for citizens' budget. So already some states have citizens' budget, especially those states that benefited from CICTAS, the World Bank program. So one of the things that they were supposed to do was to have citizens' budget. So for my states, a template is sent to communities for you to nominate projects. And many of these citizens nominated projects actually make it into the budget itself. So if we also engage communities again on the kind of projects for states that have citizens budget to nominate, if they have ecological challenges, it should be natural that they should prioritize those ecological challenges into their citizens budget and defend it. Sometimes the state government adopts this into the general budget, and from there we can begin to track this as an adaptation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I mean their comments.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Clementina Inalevi. I work with the Federal Ministry of Finance. I'm the Deputy Director of Social. Mine is a kind of observation and a comment. A first observation, I noticed that Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning was invited, and National Bureau of Statistics invited. These two government agencies are key and they are relevant stakeholders to discussions. The first presenter mentioned something on monitoring and evaluation. And then said government does not monitor the implementation of projects or not go fund. There is a Department of National M&E in the Ministry of Budget and actually responsible for monitoring of all programs. So if you're not bringing them, they wouldn't know what is going on. You understand? Yeah. Government will not just bring in a neutral body or private organization It's like to monitor their process. No, no. You can only work with the government agencies that saddle with that responsibility. So I want to advise that you try and get in touch with the National Emergency Department. The director there is very hard, very good. It's a lot of work. You know, she's very, very much ready to work with you. Just let them know what to do. Then secondly, I also noticed that lawmakers were not invited. We can be here and talk and talk and talk. Seriously. Nobody will hear you. Commit to your submissions. It will not be utilized. Get on board, you remember, so national assembly. Particularly the committee that's responsible for the environment or for oversight visit on ecological. Get them on board.
Appropriation.
Yes, appropriation. But get maybe one or two of them on board, you know, this kind of discussions. They will be able to get your findings and the floor of the house. Okay, then a lot has been said on community participation. I just want to share my personal experience at the big level before I got to federal ministry of mines. I was doing a project for the United Nations, and it had something to do. I noticed that if you're going for intervention, please can we review this? Excuse me, thank you. If you're going for intervention for the local community and you're not getting them in, they might even cooperate. So what we did at that point, first of all, you need to go with and do a kind of focal group discussion. Because we are talking of local communities where you don't even know the number of educated persons on ground. So who are you going to be working with? You need to identify the members of the community that you're going to be discussing with. First, we identify the teachers in school, medical personnel, if they are doctors or nurses on ground, the religious leader, both Muslim and the church leaders on ground, then the traditional rulers on ground, the representative of the youth, representative of the women group, and then whoever it is that's representing the thing. So these people, you need to get them involved and sensitize them. But then we go back to their various villages and get their people sensitized that the project like this are coming on and we need your cooperation. You need to also let them know what the project is all about, how they will benefit from it. So I think that's one major way of getting community participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andy Idako, and I work with Accountability Nigeria. And my question is directed to Prof. My question is directed to Prof. And basically, I just want to know what your broad opinion is in terms of Nigeria implementing a debt for nature swap as a means to fund this climate plan, both at the national level and at subnational. Then I have a second question, which was supposed to be directed to the representative of Connected Development, but I see that they are no longer here, but it's just going to be an open question too. I kind of struggle with when we talk about dashboards, when we talk about tools, when we talk about digital tools that community members can do and track a lot of budgetary allocations and expenditure. But one thing that I have come to understand is across board, most civil society organizations usually incentivize community members to go to those platforms and track and report. So how do we ensure that is some bit of community ownership that does not involve paying monies, probably like a monthly stipend, to key community frontline associates at different grassroots level to do what they need to do. Because sometimes after money dries up for some organizations, you can't sustain that momentum any longer. I know budget also does something around tracker, but how do you sustain that momentum at the community level without giving incentives like money to inspire action? I'd like to learn about that more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosa. You want to
Yes, thank you. My own is actually this is my name. On the issue of multi-sectoral synergy on the data dashboard, I'm thinking if we could take it through open governance partnership to go through National Assembly to establish an agency, possibly that the agency will be in charge of all the contracts approved for executed through the Ministry of Budget and Plan. Therefore, the challenges we have through, asking for the data by FOI, we may save our time and resources. When there is a particular agency that's in charge of the data of all the contracts awarded. Every ministry will be represented, including anti-graft agencies in that sector or unit, where all across the federation, if you need any data, a project that Ministry of Environment has awarded, I might not need to go to the environment. I will just go to that data agency. Once it has been, I've just been thinking it of a last place. Once the project has been approved, even if it's by Ministry of Sports, I know it has been approved. I'll just go to where the data is supposed to be and ask for the data. That is my thinking.
Thank you, sir. That's a good one. Number 10.
Thank you very much. My name is Olawale. I work with the Center for Resource Center for Human Rights and Civic Education. My own observation last week, I think taking care of some of the points that I wanted to raise. So I would like to speak to the civic education and community participation that people have been talking about. One thing I noticed is that whatever plan we have that has to do with getting community involved, creating awareness, we do more of this on papers than that of the implementation. And the little implementation we do, the coding is more on civil society organizations, not even the people that saddle with that responsibility. So, if we really want to sustain this kind of effort, for instance, we have national orientation leaders where you engage them, they can probably tell you, beating their chest, we have offices in 774 local government nationwide, but they are not being carried along. I remember CBN intervention when they wanted to do Naira notes awareness that time. They were saying they will be the ones to do it by themselves. And these people were also answering them that they're supposed to engage them. So that's just one out of 1,001 interventions that were not carried out. So this kind of plan, can we have like a bigger component of this plan at the stage of conception like this? Because when we want to start implementing, we can easily take our attention to, okay, how much is being expanded to this particular project? Who are the people getting involved? But that of awareness campaign, for instance, if this organization wants to do awareness campaign now, they will always restrict it to the scope of their projects. And that is what we are seeing nationwide. So can we have a component that will be able to deal with nationwide awareness? For instance, this person just talked about, okay, how can we ensure that we are not using our intervention to compel these people to report or to track, but let it be part of habit. Let it be, and for us to ensure and enjoy this attitudinal change, it's not a dating. You have to keep pushing, pushing, and pushing. So having media components in part of our plan, I think it will do better than just picking or being selective in the area of interventions, and eventually we don't really get some of these messages to the people. We're talking about multi-sectoral approach. When the people that are directly involved in the project know more about it, it is easier. It should be part of habit to them to report, and we'll be able to eventually track whatever is happening in their respective location. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That's another one to answer this one. What's it? You asked for not things on my level. Alright, I think my name is Yoga and yeah, directly asked my question, and that has to do with assessing the projects that has been pushed to the community. So I think Chairman said when you are doing that, you will send your projects to the states that will be involved with, and it's that one covered. So my other question has to do with access to information. We know that most community members, they don't use smartphones, they actually use this analog phone, the normal phone. So how can they access information with that kind of phone? And also, if you want to report irregularities for cover your eyes and irregularities, how do they report that without a smartphone? Thank you. So what we're trying to say that we can relate a level of literacy with having them as sources of tracking. Yes, thank you so much. That's a nice one. So I think from has one or two questions to address. Oh, is she? Number 12 now. Okay, number 12. Okay, she's gender similar. Thank you very much. My name is Alice. I work with Project Foundation. So mine is actually a question. In development, you can't actually take away the place of private sector. So for mitigation projects, for example, to send lots of private sector players. So my question is for climate adaptation projects, how do we build a business case for it rather than focusing on just ecological funds? How can you build a business case so that we integrate private sector players in that space as well? Take for example, if I community in Kogi State, yeah, very prone to flooding, for example, and majority of the inhabitants there are majority rice farmers, and I think one thing that can be done is for the private sector, for example, to provide them with climate smart and nutrient dense seeds so that they can actually cultivate their crops ahead of the flooding. So things like that. So I believe as civil society, it's very important for us to work with the government and as well the private sector and come up with strategies on how we can build a business case for adaptation projects. Thank you so much. That's another nice one. Incorporating despite the incorporation of private sector in the scenario. Thank you. Professor.
Thank you very much. I think everybody has benefited from this. Let me make a confession. When I first started reading the elements of this report, I became more interested. Because climate finance is not my area of interest per se, but I do talk about it. I know what it's about. And the government of Nigeria is not really taken for granted. Madam from the Ministry of Finance, you know that the document is talking about the national climate finance strategy. So develop about 4 or 5 years ago. And there's another one, a report by Omicron, that I talk about the finance landscape. And I think we are not going to. So it's not that we are not doing anything, but we just possibly not doing them the way manner that they're visible enough. And so I want to just respond to this. The issue of community participation. Lately, we are not even really getting it really down. It's not a question of participation but innovation. The community people are the ones that are feeling the impact of these things. I live in Lagos area. If it floods, it doesn't reach my place, I don't care. And don't look at community people as the poor people. And every person that has invested 60, 70, 80 million naira in Lekki today is a community member. Because at least for nearly 2 months of the year, it's not sure whether if he goes to work, he will come back and be able to enter the house. Some of the floors are such that sometimes when they are roofed, the floors, the ground floor is occupied with water. They were sleeping upstairs. They can't come back again. The one that happened in 2012, I think, some people have to be on top of the fourth floor. They didn't have food, they are feeding for 3 days. But the water was cold. So you cannot enter it to come out. So it's not a community member. Everybody is a community member as long as it affects you. Even where we are staying. If as a result of the climate change, the windstorm becomes so much and some of the roofs are removed, there's nothing you can do about it. I believe that one of the things, ideally, that before any ecological fund is released, it's unfortunate, the community people should even be the first to complain that we're having this challenge and we need support to be able to cope. So if you're not releasing any money to that effect, they already know because they are themselves at know. So I think we are not doing it right. We are not only are we not carrying them, even the petition. A lot of these funds are not being taken because the government is interested in the area, or the minister is there, or the members of the house that have it on their budget. They want to show that there is something for their constituency. So I think there has to be, and it's not only for climate change. The nature of development of this country, which seems not to be carrying a lot of people along. Ministry of Finance, with all due respect, to clear the budget, we dispense them. How many times have you been able to go to the rural areas and people are saying, we are trying to help you with this community, this is your budget line. Nobody will tell them. So if they don't know what the budget, they don't even know what they're trying to do. So we have to look at that one. The issue of private sector participation, and I think this is an important area that is very, very important. And I'm happy the young lady made a mention of even helping farmers to understand what climate smart agricultural practices. Private sector what's the name of that farm? Oloma or Lamb farms, for instance. And you see, Nigeria started very well. I'm very proud to tell you that I was one of those that was holding the flag in Nigeria. And I still remember the cup, plastic cup. If you pass it on the floor, it wouldn't break. At that time, I was using it to do for years when I was secondary school, was the cup I was using to drink. The plastic cup that was given to us on October 1 and the flag. We started very well. In Oyo North, now this one maybe Nigerian tobacco company. They have farmers. And they were supporting them in order to be able to make them to produce tobacco. And it was an agreement. So they will give you input, but they know that they're going to take their money back because you have to sell tobacco to them. So there's nothing the private sector will do if it's of course the private sector, the farmers to understand what climate smart agricultural practice is all about, increase their input and be able to buy from them Well, instead of buying 10 bags this year, they're buying 10 cheap. Therefore, the farmers will make more money. Even they take back a portion of the input there. So that is another area that we need to look seriously. The issue of debt, or nature fund is a very, I've gone through many of these negotiations at the global level. And I think one of the things that is always happening is that the world has turned climate change into a business enterprise. But on a positive note, not the way we do it. Every time you go to COP meeting, new innovations, new ideas, new terminology. If it is not a climate, it's green bond. If it's not green bond, it's yellow bond tomorrow. Next one is blue bond. It's not blue bond, because they are talking about oceans and everything together. So the debt for nature fund started, and it started long ago. It's not a question that we just change, we like to change the terminology. You remember the Red Cross? How many of you remember Red Cross? The reduced emission through deforestation and so on, which we were all clamoring about, like 2010, 2010, World Bank was supporting it and stuff. What do you think Red Cross was for? It was to encourage us to leave the portion of our forest resources unused, so that we can now get some funding to do that. So that people living those forest areas can be supported for alternative lifestyle. And that reminds me Edgar, one guy from Cross River, was a very great advocate of the Ikiru Ababa axis. Cross River rainforest and areas. The man died about, I think it was 61 last year. One of the advocates. And the idea was that, if you allow them to go, you allow this forest to continue to regenerate for about 30 years untouched. Then we'll come back and accept and estimate how much carbon you have seen, you have increased. So that whatever has been emitted from Europe and others, we have trees that can absorb them. So we pay you. Ecuador did it for I don't know how many years. So it's the same type of concept that you have a portion of your current foreign debt will now be forgiven if you commit yourself to a number of environmental conservation projects that will enhance the carbon sink and not destroy the environment more, to release more carbon. So it's a very good idea, but all these things to me, they always come up with a lot of initial positive tendency. But once you start going to it, now we're talking about carbon trade. Voluntary carbon trade, one that is compulsory, they have to do, and things like that. Now, carbon trade again is that, okay, I'm from Germany, want to be producing, we'll be emitting more CO2. But we are pleading with you, Nigeria, you don't produce as much. All right? So because we are producing more than what we need, your own forest resources and vegetation that's absorbing it, we calculate how much carbon they're absorbing, and we pay you some money for that. Do you get it now? Now you register your carbon, but the moment they see that many developing nations are trying to do it, the value of the carbon per ton is so low now. Like how much money are you going to? So all these ideas, we should not impede them just blindly, but look at them, are they realistic for our needs? And they help us to develop? Should we use them? And Nigeria being what we are. If the money is even paid, who will spend the money? And with all due respect, what I hear, I'm not sure. You see a lot of state governments say, I'm helping the federal government to repair their roads. Do you hear that one? And then they will be repaid later. Where does the money go to stay? No, I'm not sure. And any of them tell us that when the federal government pays, it comes back to the cost of the government. But they don't know. You don't know. So even when we now say we suffer ourselves, want to conserve, and then they pay, they forgive us our debt. Right? But the following year, we are going to ask for more debt. They are going to raise more loan. They are not going to raise. So, but it's a good idea. It's never too difficult. I believe that we have to this issue of getting communities be able to do what they are supposed to do. Madam Finance had already given. I work in UNDP, so we did a lot of community. And one of the things, well, who are the one that UNDP was the one that conveyed share, another that to move away from what we call community assistance to community development. But Share used to say, if you don't know this, you will be arguing with Share. Share will say that we pay a lot of money. But what were they paying? To get some Nigerians together, carry card, and go to communities and giving people millions of dollars. The chips, they are just collecting the money. But were they using it for community development? So we train them as we do community development. Part of what Share started doing with community, but community members, because they have limited capacity, limited understanding. When they come to them, they ask them for community hall. What do you meet in the hall? What will you do? Will that be of poverty? That's not what you need. But it's a big thing. So I agree with that you have to find a way by which one. But the bottom line for everything is for the country to accept that we have good ideas, we have good initiatives, we have good policies, we have very good plans, but we are very weak. Go and read the history of development in India. The moment we reach this 5-year plan, and I'm happy we are coming back to it now. Just understand that somebody is saying we are developing 26 to 30. I was part of those that did the environment plan for 2025 and 2050. So, but we need that one. India, every 5 years, they come back and report on what they achieved. Because 5 years. And Nigeria really say this is what we have achieved in the 2021-2025 plan. How much of our budget on a yearly basis is actually based on that? Or because my administration has a new idea. So government in Nigeria has to start looking at ourselves that we want this country. The president will come and go, but the people will continue to live. And no administration should be saying this is my project. No, this is the project within the national development plan that we want to. I think the campaign on the basis of that Nigeria is going to have this, and it must have it, and this is how my party will do it. The other party will say Nigeria is going to have this, and it must have it. This is the way my party will do it. They're all talking the same thing, but different approaches to it. Then it will help us. But once any government comes in and everything is, this is my program, this is my new agenda, and everything, it will continue to go off and down. And while we are making one progress, one place, like fiscal reform is very good if you come down, but we'll be able to really translate that to things that we make. I went to help my wife in the market the other time. Right? I went to 100,000 naira. I bought two plastic, what they call paper, plastic bag, two little ones of goat meat for 50,000. Just like that. My wife nearly killed me. Then I bought a few things. I have only 17,000 left out of 100. And my pension is not up to 100,000. Do you see that? So how will you survive? So okay, the school policy is done, but to me, still consider because even not because of what you call agenda in Yoruba, the bottom line that I had before that I didn't finish. I would not be able to buy such a thing from my pension. So these are issues that we need to do. It's not only for climate change. I want this type of discussion to be situated in how to manage development. I'm always interested in there are 20 reporting national development plan. We started together. Don't deceive yourself. At the same time, we are planting the iron and steel industry in Jakarta. India was using the same Russian technology to develop that. They have more than 5 years. In their 14 to 13 national development plan, they targeted 18,000 megawatts of solar energy. They achieved it. So these are the things. We need this nation to say this is the plan, both at the national, the state, and local government. And everybody moves 5-year plan. After 2 years, let's have the national summit, the national discourse, bring in the civil society. In South Africa, there's no budget that is passed in South Africa without the civil society members. It's present in the National Assembly to kick against or support. We can do that. They are not different. They are even more educated than them. A lot of my younger colleagues are trained, young professors, they are all in South Africa teaching them. How did you need? South Africa is generating 52,000 megawatts of energy. Why generating less than 5? Or if they say 7, but what is available is not up to 5. South Africa is only 80 million people. We are 200 and something, we don't know our number, but we are 200. How can they? So how do you want the economy to move? A nation that has only 80 million people is generating 52,000 megawatts of energy to propel this industry, the iron and steel industry, the coal industry, the car industry, and then 5,000 megawatts for 200 and something million people. No industry can grow because much of all night I was hearing people here in this hotel. The hotel was on generator that night. Now, this hotel, I'm sure it's about 250 kVA they are using. Hundreds of thousands of naira have gone. So when they come back next week and they say the price has changed, you will not be surprised. But if you have something that the cycle power is coming in and the price is regular, you will not go to any hotel in America today and 2 weeks later the price has changed. No way. I used to go to New York. You can still get to hotel for $200. So you say you convert $200. But that's not the issue. $200, because each day, you are going, when they are going to take the maximum hotel, you can use $200. So your will give you the rate, maybe about 300 to 400 for you side, and people will then eat. So this discussion is an extremely good one. This report is very good. One suggestion which I think Madam from Finance was trying to make, which I think the organizer should look at critically, is to see if you can get a group of influential people. Elani, are you here? Where's he gone?
He has stepped up for another meeting.
And that's what they do. They will never stay and hear the truth.
We actually commandeered here this morning.
Whether we hear it, they will hear never, they declare something, they never hear to. So, if we were there to get the land and order to see how the policy that somebody suggested can be made on this report, and see how you can start to negotiate with a few of them that will be patient, and they don't have patience. They don't have time for you, but at least you are able to get them that okay, these are some of the things. We are not asking them, they are doing their best. To be honest with you, the country is very difficult to run. So anybody that is a member of the legislative assembly or senate, he is doing his best because this country is difficult to run. Let me give you the joke. Have you started reading it now? In law, the Senate president is saying he's a wicked man, he keep people. Have you seen it then? How will the guy have time to even think of it? He will not be battling family from. Have you seen the trend? Yes, yeah. Zita from Takako is I think married to the brothers. He's still sorry. The Senate president very get many people are keep married. But that people, but that has started last minute before March. And that's what this country is all about. They are living, they are trying their best, but the leader needs to relax, we need to discuss among themselves, and we must find a way this is where we want to go and not all of us. Whether it is because of everything, whether it's because of hunger, whether it's because of poverty, whether it's because of poor education, when people have to be poor, that be ministers and all that. All these things need to be straightened out. Until we do that, and we will still come for another meeting next year and the TV say story. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
It's almost.
Actually, my organization coordinates North Central for Connected Development Technology for the platform. And I want to tell you that it's not all data that we normally induce community to give. Like, for example, the last election, Code was the largest organization that observed ID, over 7,000 observers, and we didn't pay 1 naira to all of them. And Niger mobilized over 483 volunteers that provided real-time data on election monitoring. More than that, yes, I can tell you that. You can go on the record from ID and tell me. I think they will give you because they are charging 1% in the police. But I'm telling you for free, I have done a lot of projects like for Follow the Money, did a lot of projects around COVID-19, accountability and transparency on the budget. I supervise for North Central, and we mine data from communities to start giving them 1 naira. And our community champions were on ground because we are on ground real time in all those local government areas. Yes, that's the code magic that you can. That's it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so that should be the end of that session. What you?
But we didn't appreciate from after his intervention. I can find out. Okay, I can hear it now. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, the next item on the agenda is is closing remarks by Mr. Posey. Is that?
No, yeah, don't close it.
Okay, that's true. So, with all humility and with every sense of responsibility, I really, on behalf of the organizers of this wonderful get together, wonderful academic get together, wonderful psychological get together, because there are some of the issues that we raised and discussed that actually impacted us positively when it comes to psychology of the nation Nigeria. And I'm sure that each and every one of us, in spite of our areas of specialty, in spite of our specialization, in spite of our experiences, we have gained one or two things from here. And I'm very sure, sir, that this is going to be a starting point of a new era, a new dawn. It's not going to be that we'll wait until next year. Yeah, either I'm sure I'm going to hand over to him, either it's going to keep on getting in touch with us on a comprehensive platform that we need to move this nation forward. Because whether we like it or not, most of the people that die, that we feel that we use verbal autopsy to say they die of cancer, or they die of hypertension, or they die of one thing or the other, is actually some other significant things that we are not even aware of. And some of them are the ones that we can take care of if we actually tackle the problem we are come to addressing. We have talked about Ondo State, we have talked about Borno State, but there are so many states that have this one problem or the other. So thank you so much for being here. It's not really sometimes, but just to appreciate us for waiting until this present time to address Nigerian problems from another dimension in our own way. And I want to promise something, that this is October. I want to promise something that either is going to make an initiative that by December this year, for every one of us that is present at this October gathering, we are going to prepare, we are going to submit for publication at least one paper on what we have done here. All the links will be there, where we came from will be there, so that if we cannot, when I attended the senior executive course at NIPS in Kuru. That was when I concluded that there's probably no hope for Nigeria. Honestly, when I was going, I was still doubting that a miracle may happen. But when I got there, we spent 13 months instead of 10, and by the time we finished, I honestly lost hope. And that hope just started getting rekindled when I sat quietly here to speak. Honestly, because if you know what we went through at that time, it's like a match game. In fact, there were about 2 of my set that were not allowed to take the course because they felt they were not healthy enough to take that course. And we were emotionalized like, what is it now? But by the time we got to 3 weeks, we understood that it's safer for them to have home. You can imagine 16-year-old, something-year-old, by 6 o'clock, people is sounding in your brain as if you are in NYS camp. And then before 7 o'clock, you have walked around all names and some other places, and before you know it, there is a people and have we are plenary and that, and that was like it. And honestly, you will feel that so there is a place like this in Nigeria. So this is the place where you can reflect. So this is the place where you can know there is a problem that can be addressed with policies. Nigeria has over 5,000 policies that are just your funding in between others, and then you see this inferiority complex displayed as superiority issue among SDAs and others and all that. You know, but at the end of the day, if you are nominated as a council or a director by a state government, you go through that and you face the governor and say, Mr. Governors, these are the SWOT analysis of this problem. And these are the recommendations I feel we should go with. And these are the implementation strategies. Can you see that after all this, we can solve our problems? But it's unfortunate that the political class had also heroic, they are like emperors now. And it's going to start because before December, something will come out of today's event. I can assure you. Thanks so much for being there. Thanks so much for being here.
No, don't worry, my boss is there. The first Nigerian governor of Paraguay, my senior secondary school. So I was in the UNDP and I thought I could help. And in June, it got very. One of the meetings he asked me to come 6 in the morning. And because he was trying to have a meeting, that's another problem. Our leader don't speak, they have meetings at night. So by 6:30, got me in. They gave my ideas, what UNDP can do for them and them. So I tried to follow up. Because my senior student said, yeah, don't worry. Say what? I tried hearing this student, the commissioner or the special advisor that I appointed. Whenever they went to him and said, Mr. Governor, you know, in comments, I didn't appoint you to come back. It's not the appointment and just for the people to leave, the midst of leaving. So why did you have done them? So I just withdrew myself from that moment. Whenever I caught my attention for that. Because when you tell people that you didn't appoint them to advise, it's late now, maybe it's so ready to pick. But after 1994, so this is what that will collaborate what we are saying, that our leaders have to accept. But it's not only among the political leaders, even you guys in the civil service. You find an assistant director will be sitting in his funds to say direct. The director cannot work straight in the office of the permanent. It shouldn't be. Then there is a but finally, I think what Nigeria is until we're able to institutionalize this society way of living. We believe that maybe white people are too lonely, they're isolated, but that's the only way it can work. I should be able to sit on my computer. If my name is my director, I don't need to be going to knock at her door every time and say, mommy, this is what brought for you. Professor people brought 10,000 naira. What do you want us to pick? No. I should be able to sit in and say, there's a memo that came to this is my comment about it. Online. You look at it and say, your comment is okay. We'll allow it to go, or we'll make it and say, go back or come back to me and say, please change one or two these words. They are not the type of words people at the door would like to hear. It's actually true, but when you have the invitation, you know, and most of the time they are talking to relatives or boyfriend or girlfriend, So, and you cannot enter. You can spend 3 days to say director, 3 days time to say. Let this system work. We need to departmentalize the system we are running in Nigeria. And it's too old for me, I'm not doing this system anymore. But if I have my means, any office I have now, you will not see anybody like visitor. You can be communicating anytime. Online. So people can, if I don't see your email, when I was UNTD, final joke. Friday, we had a meeting with somebody, I can't remember, they had to develop some ideas as to what we want to do next. So after the meeting, the Sustainable Development Advisor, so the resident representative said, Prof, I want the report of this and your ideas as to how we go about it by Monday. As a Christian, I said, by the grace of God, Dr. Babasha's active one is a he said, God has nothing to do with this. And I want Nigeria to hear this here. He said, God has nothing to do with this. It is you. I'm not asking God to write the report. I'm asking you to write the report. If you have to ask God to write it and it doesn't come on Monday, the job is gone. It is true. God controls everything, but God will not write the report for me. I did not say that I want to review audio or something and I couldn't write the report. I decided. Let's moderate us this way. The religious, the God fearing. I mean, we are religious, we are not God fearing. And that's why we are not doing it. Thank you, God bless you.
Yes, and to close this section, finally, I'll call on my colleague Barakadam for the people of thanks. And just I'll give an announcement, lunch is served at the pool site. Don't come out, you don't let us down and then go another leg.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baraka Damoli. I'm the M&A officer at the Health Resource Center. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. Your engagement has enriched our conversation, and we have taken notes of all the interventions and recommendations that were, highlighted here today. And Health Resource Center will, definitely be willing to engage with everyone here one way or the other to further elaborate on our discussion today. So thank you very much once again, and we really appreciate you. God bless you.
Please, let's drop our time before leaving.
Sustainability plan.